never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Great to see all those bright, smiling faces out there. Welcome in. You know, I got to do something to be cheerful on a Monday morning. But I know you're all just totally refreshed with that extra hour of sleep you got over the weekend. Back to daylight savings time, right? Yeah, good sleeping weather in the evening. Sun going down a lot earlier. Sun will be coming up an hour earlier Monday morning. And that tends to screw people up because people who had schedules leaving for work, they knew when the sun delays would kick in certain areas around the country. That all changes this morning. Undoubtedly, it causes some problems. So that's something to look forward to. And over the years, they've always talked about people having medical emergencies with the time change. I don't know. They say there's a direct correlation. The Monday after the time change, aka today, they tend to see many more heart attacks, strokes, and like I said, medical issues. Meanwhile, I hope you had a good weekend, though. Yeah, I guess I do like the fall back better than I do the spring forward. You'll lose in an hour's sleep, but yeah, I don't tend to see a whole lot of difficulty getting settled in. I mean, most of us night owls, people that are up all night anyway, our biological clocks, our circadian rhythm is totally kaput anyway. But we get things underway with a relatively, I'm flipping over to the national radar scene. You know, all said and done, it is a very, very quiet night. In 99% of the country, precipitation 3. Just a few scattered showers back into western portions of South Dakota. You may see a few flakes of snow mixing in back into central portions of Wyoming. Looks like maybe a little bit of snow the north and northwest of Casper. A little bit of rain over toward northwestern portions of Utah, around the Great Salt Lake there, but that's just widely scattered and not much going on. Elsewhere around the country, all is quiet. The eastern seaboard, no precip from Maine to Florida. That's a big change from what we saw over the weekend there, especially Friday into Saturday, where Florida took some pounding rain. But from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast, from Texas up to the Canadian border, West Coast is pretty much high and dry tonight. But I'll tell you what, it's kind of like the calm before the storm. Now that Halloween is in the books, we've turned back the clocks. Many beginning to see more and more of the traditional sights and sounds of the winter holiday season. Forecasters tell us Mother Nature may add to the growing winter feeling by contributing the first dose of big-time wintry conditions to northern and eastern portions of the country beginning later this week. So big change coming on. Now, forecasters are looking ahead to that wintry surge. It may not feel like winter is on the way, especially as we get into the first half of the week here. We saw temperatures over the weekend surging past the 60-degree mark as far to the north as Fargo, North Dakota. Normal high in Fargo would be lower 40s this time of year. Further south, temperatures into the 70s, some spots even approaching 80 degrees. We've seen a bit of a mid-November warm-up, and that's going to spread east through the week. By Tuesday, highs in the 60s and 70s will be commonplace across the Ohio Valley and the Mid-Atlantic. However, forecasters say enjoy it while it lasts, as big changes are on the way for the second half of the week. It all begins to unfold on Tuesday as a storm brings another dose of heavy rain and mountain snow to California. It begins to spread inland across the west by midweek. Now, the energy from that system is going to emerge into the plains, and a large storm begins to take shape across the plains. While the large scope of the storm can also cause severe thunderstorms to blossom further south, a much more wintry scene begins to unfold to the north. There are still a couple of scenarios possible that could unfold across the northern plains in the upper Midwest midweek and beyond. Forecasters are growing increasingly confident that a blast of cold, windy conditions, accompanied by at least some snow for the second half of the week. They also warned that an all-out blizzard is still in the offing as well for parts of the plains. Now, one scenario involves the storm racing quickly through the northern Great Lakes into Canada, leaving behind less snow in the wake of the storm for the northern plains, directing it further to the north into Canada. However, a second scenario explains that the storm could stall in the upper Midwest, directing prolonged and at times heavy snow toward the northern plains in the upper Midwest, to include places like Fargo, North Dakota, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, even Minneapolis. Strong winds will develop around the storm, helping to draw that colder air southward out of Canada, creating blowing and drifting where the snow does fall. Now, even where snow accumulations are less, winds 40 to 50 miles per hour, anticipated to cause extensive blowing snow and even potentially blizzard conditions. In areas that feel the brunt of the storm, these strong winds could combine with a foot or more of snow. So we would be talking rather extensive disruptions to travel. Now, forecasters say whether this would end up occurring, travel would probably shut down for a time across portions of some of our major routes. I-90, 94, I-25 could see these impacts. as well as portions of the Trans-Canada Highway running along the north shore of Lake Superior to about Winnipeg, Manitoba. Even as the storm begins to wind down in the plains by next weekend, that push of wintry weather keeps on advancing. Lake effect snow breaks out as we end the week, as that rush of cold air advances eastward. Rain and snow showers may reach into the Ohio Valley. While the snow won't reach the southeast, the chill indeed will. Even locations along the Gulf Coast like New Orleans, Mobile, Alabama, Tallahassee, Florida, could see high temperatures struggling to get out of the 50s at least one day next weekend. So we will be talking widespread frost and even some freezes sweeping across a large portion of the southeast with this system. The cold continues to advance to the east coast, and the potential for yet another strong storm, another storm along the coast, which could bring some of the first snow of the season to parts of the Northeast, and the mid-Atlantic may materialize at the end of next weekend. So we're looking a good ways out here, but this is going to be a cross-country storm that, again, begins to get underway on Tuesday. We'll be talking about it all week long. Cold front will reach the East Coast by next weekend, and it may stall as low pressure forms and moves north along that front. This will bring sharply colder air behind the storm to the East Coast, with a possible change from rain to snow over some of the interior sections of the Northeast, the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, and the Appalachians. So forecasters say if you're looking to maybe take down the Halloween decorations and maybe get a jump start on some of those, holiday lights, Christmas lights around the house, or finalize any outdoor preparations for winter, you may want to do that early in this week, the first half of the week, before that winter invasion really moves in. So big changes on the horizon, right? Now, it all starts out west, right? Just a couple weeks after the atmospheric river dumped that record rain and some snow, some prolific snow across parts of California, that Pacific storm train is set to deliver another dose of rain and snow to a large part of the drought-stricken state there, California. This time around, it will come in more manageable amounts, but another train of storms has been focused on the northwest as we start November. Most of the rain and snow has been directed toward Washington, Oregon, just briefly clipping the northernmost portions of northwestern California. That's going to change early this week as a storm dives southward. Before the next storm arrives, rain and mountain snow will continue to end the weekend in the northern Rockies. But Monday, a brief break in the precip across much of the region before that next storm begins to move in Monday night and Tuesday, bringing rain and mountain snow from central California all the way up to southern British Columbia, Monday night through Tuesday, in contrast to the historic storm that struck California a couple weeks ago, with almost 6 inches of rain in one day for Sacramento and over a foot of rain in some spots in the Sierra foothills. This storm will have much less, but still significant, where the heaviest rain falls likely in the coastal ranges of Northern California and the western slopes of the Sierra. Generally 1 to 2 inches of rain, a few isolated amounts, 3, maybe 4 inches of rain will be possible. So again, the threat for localized flash flooding, mudslides, especially in those burn scar areas, will come into play once again. This storm could bring about 1/2 inch of rain generally across the San Francisco Bay Area late Monday into Monday night and Tuesday, along with some gusty winds. West-facing slopes of the coastal range in California could pick up maybe 1/2 inch of rain as well. The storm will quickly run out of steam as it slips further south. Very little, if any, rain will reach Southern California, where they could really use some of that rain. Forecasters point out that while the storm will be another good dose of precip and continue to help move the water tables in the right direction for that region. There's still a long way to go in that part of the country. But in the mountains, heavy snow again will fall. In California, snow levels look to remain relatively high. The northern Sierra, snow levels may fall to, say, 6,000 or 7,000 feet for a time Monday night into Tuesday. Further south, accumulating snow remains generally above the 8,000-foot level. 6 to 12 inches for most of the areas above the snow levels. A few spots may see up to 2 feet where the snow's a little more persistent. Those will probably be areas higher than 8,000 or 9,000 feet. So conditions on I-80 through Donner Pass will probably deteriorate Monday night, several inches of snow there by Tuesday morning. During the day Tuesday, milder air begins to arrive, and you'll see a mix of rain and snow, maybe even a change to plain old rain through the pass there at Donner. That would be a far cry from the nearly 2 feet of snow that fell for that storm that we wrapped up the month of October with. Further north, looks like the Cascades, snow levels will be much lower. Washington and Oregon, snow levels 3,000 to 4,000 feet. A few inches could fall through Snoqualmie Pass. Slippery travel along I-90 Monday night into Tuesday. Heavier snow, more difficult travel, likely through the higher Stevens Pass, just east of Seattle. Further south, once the storm moves on after Tuesday, forecasters say another stretch of rain-free weather will be shaping up for much of California once again. But that's just the beginning of that storm, as it will make its way and make its impacts known across from west to east most of the country. Either you're going to see a change in temperatures. Again, they're going to be looking for that potential for some severe weather. Could see an outbreak on the southern flank of that storm. Now, that's another concern as the week progresses. All right, welcome aboard. Good to have you with us. Hope you had a good weekend. Roy was first out of the box via YouTube this morning. Let's see, there's Tank checking in. Morning, Steve. Tank is in the house, 46 degrees here in Memphis. Getting ready to head out to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. As always, Larry says, afternoon. All hammer down. Be safe. Hello to, is that Dingbat out there? First to leave a comment tonight. Yep, welcome in via Facebook this morning. Hello to Heavy D. Hello, Steve and the overnight crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Bama's checking in from the home 20. I'm sure you've heard about the stampede that occurred Friday night in Houston. Yes, I did. And as I was listening and watching some of the video and whatnot, it brought back those memories of the Who tragedy when I was a youngster here in Cincinnati, Ohio, that left a number of teenagers dead. Now, he said, I have a feeling that Live Nation, who was the promoter of that show, is going to have a nice lawsuit on their hands. Yep, several suits have already been filed, one from someone who was injured. But with the 8 fatalities, there's going to be a pile of lawsuits going after not only the performer, what was his name, Steven Scott or something, but obviously the promoters. Supposedly they actually paused the show several times when the performer saw people in distress toward the front, right there in front of the stage, but they continued with the show. So, more on that coming in, but what a tragedy. 50,000 people, I believe, in a mass gathering for that show there in Houston, Texas. Captain Ron is on board there. Hello to Double R, checking in, headed east as the SEMA show is over. Yep, let me see. I know, again, Kyle Fisher, who was at the SEMA show. I think he was having some difficulties. His flight kept getting delayed. He said, man, I sure would like to get back to the home 20 here. Let's see. Morning from Woodstock, Georgia. James is on board where it's a chilly 43 degrees. Zorro said, did you hear about Biden farting in front of the Queen? Yes, I did hear about that. The fart heard around the world, right? Supposedly, what is that? Is it the Duchess Camilla? I believe is her name. They said she hasn't stopped talking about it, but it's kind of comical. But all right, well, more on that. Morning from Central Florida. There's Richard, 61 degrees. Hello to Steve, everyone out there. Sylvester's on board from the land down under. Let's go, Brandon, no doubt. Let's see. With that extra hour, give us an extra hour of airtime. Well, thanks so much, Gerald. Yeah. Let's see. That Hillbilly Tex, I believe. Yes. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Let's see. Philly Dan checking in. Philadelphia Dan. Morning, everyone, from Philadelphia, PA. 43 degrees. Be safe out there. Let's see. Steve, with Christmas coming, are you going to put up a tree and some lights? A little Santa Claus in the studio? Yeah, technically, I guess this will be our very first Christmas in the Hotshot Secret Bunker. So, yeah, we'll have to definitely put up some decorations. I guess we'll have to set our mood lighting with what kind of pretty colors do we like? We'll figure that out. Let's see. No Show Joe checking in from the Home 20 in Milton, Florida. Everybody have a safe week out there. Thank you, Joe. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy. Dale's on board from Jacksonville, Florida this morning, 51 and clear. We need a bit of a warm-up here. Everybody have a good week. Lord Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger as checking in from York, Nebraska this morning. Morning, Steve. Get ready to head out to Missouri. There's Fuzzy on board. Everybody be safe. 74 is, I hope I-74 is clear towards Indy tonight. Sylvester says a lot of major things going on in the world. Yes, no doubt about it. China has instructed their citizens to begin stockpiling food. I saw that late last week. That is correct. All right. Hello, let's see. Kevin on board. Morning, America. Greetings from the socialist state of Illinois. Tuned in tonight in my luxurious, well-fortified bunker. God bless all the truckers out there. Santa Claus, top of the morning there. Steve, 57 degrees here at LAX Air Force Base. Yeah, the Space Force Base in Southern California for 2 days, then up to Fort Lewis, Washington for Veterans Day. Yes, this is Veterans Day coming up this Thursday. And matter of fact, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association kicks off their annual Truckers for Troops campaign today, as a matter of fact. Goes through the entire week, actually till the opening of business next Monday morning. We'll give you more on that coming up here. About 21 past the hour. Welcome in, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, let me see here. A couple of other listening friends checking in out of the box here on a Monday. Who we got here? All right, heard from Bidu. Yeah, Sylvester saw some of the other points he's talking about. Chinese economy seems to be tanking even further. Russia's massing troops near the Ukraine border. Yes, all those things around the world going on. Let's see here. Table Scraps checking in. Morning, Steve. Just chilling with my feet kicked up here in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Let's get this week started. Let's see. Rudy Toot. Morning, Steve. On my way to Cleveland. Justin checking in from the home 20 tonight. Have a great show. Be safe, everybody out there. All right, there's Hillbilly Tech. So I guess the other was, that was the Eastern Tennessee Hillbilly. Got several hillbillies out there. Love our hillbilly listening friends, right? Hello to Always Moving this morning. Sent me a couple of articles to consider. She said, I know you don't receive enough info. Have a wonderful morning from Always Moving. Yeah, what was link number 1 she sent me was actually the latest polling numbers, shock poll, right? The approval ratings for President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris have reached dismal new lows, according to a stunning just-released poll. Survey published Sunday by USA Today, the president's approval stands at just 38%. Now, that's the lowest number they've ever recorded for a president at this point in his term, with the exception of none other than Donald Trump. Notably, independents by a 7-1 margin believe the president has done a worse job than they thought he would. The vice president fares equally as poor. USA Today found that just 28% of those surveyed approve of Kamala Harris at the moment. In all, 51% disapprove of the vice president's job performance, 21% undecided. This poll was taken Wednesday through Friday, so it does not factor any bounce that the administration may have received from the passage of the infrastructure bill, which, yes, they did finally pass the infrastructure package on Friday. Well, that said, there was little good news to be found for Democrats. If the election were held now, 46% would vote for their local Republican congressional candidate, compared to only 38% who said they would back their Democrat option, and only 29% approve of congressional Democrats, compared to 35% for their Republican counterparts. In other words, I guess you could say the trend continues, and it's not a positive trend for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
They were back there, the Democrats.
Yeah, let's see here.
Hey.
Hello, Horse Feathers, what's going on?
Morning, Your Honor. I don't know, a little bit of a chilly Monday morning, but hey, in the beginning of the show, you said something about like the beginning of daylight savings time and that, but I think we're back to standard time, aren't we?
Is that Yes, I get them. I flip-flop them all the time. Is that what? So we've been on daylight saving. Yeah, we've been on daylight saving. Now, yeah, standard time. Yep. Lord, I apologize.
Yep. So, there you go, Ma. Just trying to keep the show in order here.
Keep him on his toes. There you go.
Kind of like having them union meetings and that, point of order. So, but anyways, so I don't know about your local news, but our local news has been having all the reports since the vaccination has been going on for all the young kids. It's going to be the end of the virus. This is the beginning of the end of the virus by getting this group of people vaccinated.
Really?
Have you heard that?
I can't say that I have.
Yep.
No.
Yeah. That's the news reports we've been seeing here, and the good doctors at the local TV has been having on the news and that. You get your children out, get them vaccinated, because this is the beginning of the end of the pandemic. This is going to solve our problems.
How about that?
I don't know. I'm wondering how many problems this is going to start, but I don't know. I might not be here to see it. We might not be here to see the problems that this begin to have. But maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're all wrong, and maybe this is the best thing, and maybe this is what we needed. But I have my doubts. But I guess at this point we can only let the people decide for themselves and see what they do. But I know where you and I are at. So, but whatever. Anyways, I don't know. Busy week, but busy weekend. But things do around the house and everything. So I don't know. I saw a little bit of the middle of the race? Did somebody become the champion for the big NASCAR deal there yesterday?
If they did, I missed it. I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, well, maybe you can look into that there, because I saw in the middle there, the four that were running for it were 1, 2, 3, 4 there. So you had Kyle Larson and think of his name there. Runs the 9 car. Has the famous dad from Georgia. Chase Elliott.
Chase Elliott. Yeah.
Yeah, Chase Elliott. Yeah, he had Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson there from the Hendrick farm, and you had Martin Truex and Denny Hamlin there running the FedEx car around, and they were all in the top 4 at the time I saw them. So, anyways, I don't know where everything all washed out in the end, but I guess that was about what they had going on with all that, and not a whole lot of other things going on. Just back to starting up normal Monday here. So I did have the app cut off one time. The Android app had to restart it. It just had to restart it. I just had to push play, but it paused itself for some reason there a while back. So I don't know what the deal is, but it still seems to be working fine ever since then. So I don't know if anybody else had any problems, or maybe keep an eye on your feeds there this morning, make sure everything's all up and kosher. But other than that, it's just I don't know, what was it, about 38 degrees here, 36 degrees right now, and decent clear weather. Look up at some stars. Probably some patchy clouds out there covering a few of them. But other than that, we got any big meteorites or anything coming down yet that we're supposed to be watching for here?
Again, round number 2 peaks, the northern Taurids. I think that's like Wednesday night, Thursday morning this week. That'll be peaking. Something to look forward to.
All right, then. Sounds good. So, hey, guess with that, we'll let you get going there, and we'll chat at you later.
Good to hear from you, Horse Feathers. Thanks for checking in. Be safe out there. And there you go. Let's get a news break in here. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
White House officials say they are confident the Biden administration's COVID-19 vaccine mandate for private businesses will be upheld after an appeals court temporarily blocked it on Saturday. U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy telling ABC's This Week the administration is ready to defend the mandate.
The president and the administration wouldn't have put these requirements in place if they didn't think that they were appropriate and necessary, and the administration is certainly prepared to defend them.
A federal appeals court issuing a temporary stay to the Biden administration's vaccine mandate. Case brought by multiple businesses, including the American Family Association, individuals in several states, including Texas, Utah, and Mississippi. The FBI searched the home of Project Veritas founder James O'Keefe on Saturday, about a day after the agency executed a search warrant at homes belonging to Veritas associates. It was carried out as part of an ongoing investigation. This is USA Radio News.
Are you struggling with addiction or alcohol problems? If you're depressed, drinking, and using drugs, you may need help. And the Affordable Care Act guarantees coverage of substance abuse.
I knew I could get myself out of this. I just needed some hope and some help.
I took the first step to recovery when I made the call.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055.
I feel like I'm losing control. I'm afraid I'll lose my job or even my family.
Call now for hope and help with proven, gentle recovery programs.
I never thought that I could be somebody who didn't drink and use drugs.
I'm in recovery, getting the help I need.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There we go, underway on a Monday. Good to have you on board. Yeah, Veterans Day coming up later this week. And pretty much all the major truck stop chains will be saluting our veterans on Veterans Day. They'll hook you up with a free meal. Let's see here. Start with Travel Centers of America. The TA and Petro stopping centers invite all active duty, military, veterans, and reservists to enjoy a complimentary meal on Veterans Day at participating quick service restaurants and Country Pride and Iron Skillet locations nationwide. Anyone who served in the armed forces can receive a complimentary meal of your choice simply by showing proof of service to the server before you place your order. Meal values are limited to $15 for meals at the Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant, or $12 at the quick service restaurants. You may notice the fallen soldier displays at some Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurants on Veterans Day. That's the single place setting at an empty table to commemorate the sacrifices of fallen military personnel. Let's see. Pilot Travel Centers offering a free meal for Veterans Day. Let's see. To veterans authenticated with ID Me and enrolled in the My Rewards app, you'll get a $10 meal credit to purchase coffee, fountain drinks, non-alcoholic beverages, snacks, hot or cold food items, or food purchased at more than 680 quick service restaurants. Okay, let's see. Love's Travel Centers offering food and drink deals on Veterans Day. Also making a contribution to the nonprofit Operation Homefront that provides assistance to military families. So coming up this Thursday, veterans or current members of the military can get a free roller grill item and fountain drink or coffee with the purchase of one roller grill item at participating locations. Now, let's see. In addition, when you purchase a 24-ounce special edition Operation Homefront tumbler, throughout the month of November, $5 from that sale goes to the nonprofit organization while supplies last. Oklahoma City-based Loves said in a news release that they're going to donate $150,000 to Operation Homefront. They provide critical financial assistance, rent-free housing, caregiver support, and recurring support programs throughout the year to help military families overcome the short-term bumps in the road, as they call it, so they don't become long-term chronic problems. 90% of Operation Homefront's expenditures go directly to programs that help military families. And as we mentioned, of course, OOIDA's 15th annual Truckers for Troop campaign will be kicking off today throughout the week of Veterans Day, starting and running through the start of business next Monday morning. And this campaign raising funds for the Veterans Community Project. So Veterans Day week is upon us, right? Hey, let me jump back down here. Good morning, Heat Wave. What's happening?
Good morning, senor. Oh, we're about 30 there. We're hauling happy honey to our respective haciendas. And yeah, we're just going to call it a week for a little bit. And so you're just full of good news about that weather coming down, ain't you?
You like that?
I guess it's about I guess it's about time we actually have a good start to the winter season. Well, everybody needs moisture out here, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And I've still got firewood from 2 seasons ago that need to get burned. So we'll try to start burning some of those. So Biden farts in front of royalty and poop.
Right.
Sure hope the people,
with the Pope,
yeah, I sure hope those people, the pets and the dead, are happy that they voted for that clown. I would rather have a mean tweet than have someone up there that just makes an absolute ass of himself. And I mean, he's a representative of us, and so everyone's thinking, God, those Americans are absolutely stupid. Well, they're right. Speaking of stupid people, you know, it only takes a few to ruin a good thing. And I had to get off. I was on a page with the Teamsters for Yellow Freight, and I had to get off of it because you got these hardcore idiots that will argue with you over something you acknowledged and agreed with. And it's like the knuckle-dragging Neanderthal idiots that will argue with a rock because a rock would be a rock, and they would argue that it was something else, you know. And they've got to be hardcore Democrats as well. I mean, why would you argue with somebody who just agreed with you and said, you know, taking the shot is my choice, and I took it, but I respect your choice not to take it? Why would you argue with someone like that? Is there a point they were trying to make, or what? Because I couldn't see it. So, oh well. Anyways, y'all, did you see the forklift that passed me up here last week?
Yeah, like what were you, crawling or something? Or was that forklift hauling ass?
Well, I was going as fast as I could, and he was going a little bit faster. So, I mean, it's come in, and there's the forklift. Must have been doing 70. I swear, the front end looks like a truck, doesn't it? And then once it gets beside me and past me, and you're looking at it going, are you kidding me? So I figure a little bit of levity on my part would make someone's day on theirs.
Yeah, so was that some sort of was that a custom deal or something, forklift?
I think what it is, it's a dairy farm where they raise up the forks to grab those big heavy bales that they have. Now I guess those bales must weigh a ton or better. So I'm thinking that's what it is. It either grabs it from the sides, or it actually goes in between the bales and picks it up from the high level that they stack it. Because you know, those dairy cows, they eat a lot, and they got to have a lot of hay for them to mix up with their meals. So that's probably what it was. Because what they would do is they would drive regular. Excuse me, just going over a bridge. They would drive regular, and then when they go do their business, then they got to go into the passenger seat, which is facing back, which in that case would be the driver's seat to operate the forklift. That's a hell of a deal. Did you see on the news where they are going to figure out which cows fart less and try to breed them so we could stop all the emissions from the moo cows?
We're going to breed less flatulent cows.
Yes. Can you believe this nonsense? I seen that on the news before I took off here last week, and I've been forgetting to mention that. But yeah, they're saying they had them in hermetically sealed containers, and they were measuring the outputs of different animals, and those that had a less output, they were going to breed those with others of the same or lesser to get lesser farting cattle.
Wow.
Is it just how asinine can these people be, thinking that we and the animals out here are causing this big world of ours to warm up? I mean, have they not seen the core samples from the ice from way back when. The deeper they go, the more they can tell.
Mm-hmm.
And there have been warming cycles of the earth. I mean, the earth wasn't like this at all the time. I mean, it was green and leafy, and hot, humid. It cycles. So what is it about these people that think we are the cause of all the issues of this earth?
It's all about the money. It's all about the money. Money. Heat wave. That's what it's about.
I know. And you know what? I wish I could get into that and get some gullible people out there to donate money to me for my cause, because, what happens to me happens to everybody else, and we got to stop what happens to me so it stops happening to everyone else out there. Yeah, people are absolutely out of their minds. And you saw where Joe Manchin was surrounded by a bunch of angry people in that parking area, that garage parking area in D.C., and they were screaming and hollering that he was killing everybody but not voting for this social bill. And I guess Candace Owens or someone was on there, and I was listening to the Tucker Carlson or Hannity, and she said, you heard that one lady scream that he was running them over. And she says, they're hurting themselves by doing all this stupid crap. We don't need to go socialist. We've seen what happens to socialist countries. They fail. And they said he was not stepping on the gas, burning rubber and trying to peel out to get out of there. He was inching his way backwards or forwards, or however he was. And for them to scream the narrative, oh, he's trying to kill us, he's trying to run us over. And I guess people want 15 seconds of fame on the big screen or little screens, and their narrative is out there once it's let loose.
Yep.
Well, I hope they're happy, because they make themselves look like a bunch of asses. If you don't vote my way, we're going to riot. And if you vote our way, we'll be silent.
It's a crazy world we live in, Heat Wave, is it not? All right, thanks for checking in this morning. There was another horrific incident that took place over the weekend as a truck smashed into a toll booth and a number of other vehicles down in Mexico. 19 dead, killing at least 19 dead and 3 others injured. They say apparently the brakes on the truck apparently failed before it crashed into the toll booth and then the other vehicles. On Saturday, that a fire ensued, and a statement from the Mexico Federal Roads and Bridges Agency said the truck was transporting shampoo base at the time. But all the vehicles that were involved in the accident all engulfed in flames. And, just total carnage. Some of the photographs I saw after the fact, vehicles just totally burn up, nothing left. But amazing, 19 dead. What a horrific incident. All right, then there was some vaccine news over the weekend. First of all, there was the court there in the South that covers a handful of states that are saying no to the mandated vaccine for those companies with 100 employees or more. We'll get more on that. But we also found out apparently most truckers are not covered by the vaccine and testing requirements, according to the Labor Secretary, Marty Walsh. We've heard some pushback from truckers today. The ironic thing is most truckers are not covered by this because they're driving a truck, they're in a cab, they're by themselves, so they wouldn't be covered by this. So it sounds like if you're a solo driver, you won't be required to test or get the vaccine. Now, I'll see if they cover more. What about the team operations? All right, let's see. You have till last week they said, that January 4th is the date to ensure your employees receive the shots, blah, blah, blah. All right, the mandate exempts workers who do not report to a workplace where other individuals such as coworkers or customers are present, including truckers who are alone in their cab or who are not interacting with others at their point of departure or destinations. Well, everyone has to have some sort of interaction, right? When you get to your destination, people who work from home or exclusively outdoors are also exempt, according to the Labor Secretary. All indications thus far from the Department of Labor suggest this exemption does apply to the commercial truck driver population, according to the ATA president and CEO Chris Spears in a statement on Friday. He said that was an enormous victory for our association and the industry. Now, the vaccination and testing requirements would apply to truck drivers who work in teams. There's the answer. All right. Kind of figured. Yeah, two people in a truck cab. Or those who interact with people in buildings at the destination or starting point. Of course, the ATA had warned the DOT that the number of drivers that could exit the industry, thousands and thousands would quit when we're already having supply chain issues. So, all right, so I guess we'll be learning more on that in the coming days. Quick time out back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, all the talk about labor shortages. Just can't find good help these days, eh? Boy, I got to experience some of that firsthand this past day. My wife had placed an order there at Kroger. The click list. All the convenience. Place your order, just let us know you're on the way. Give us a call when you get here, and we'll have that right out to your vehicle. Not on Sunday. I don't know. Does everyone grocery shop on Sunday? She had a scheduled time between 9 and 10 a.m. for pickup. And I got there maybe 15 after 9. And hell, I mean, they were all the slots for pickup were full. And I'm sitting there, I'm not really seeing anybody coming out, bringing orders out. And time passes. And it's just, there's one order that came out. I was there till 10 after 10. So just shy of an hour. Just waiting to pick up the order. It looked to me like they were short on workers to be bringing that food out to people's cars. Then I came across the story. I said, "Hey, I may be in the wrong line of work." With winter closing in, several Massachusetts towns that are struggling to find snowplow drivers are now offering hourly pay. Are you ready for this? What do you think they offer? Up to $200 an hour for contract drivers in hopes of keeping the roads clear as we're heading into winter. Last winter, some roads in the state went unplowed due to a lack of available drivers. According to the CBS Boston affiliate, the Massachusetts Department of Transportation is offering $31.25 per hour for drivers operating state-owned plows. But drivers who own their own vehicle or have a CDL stand to earn significantly higher hourly rates. There's a town known as Sandwich, Massachusetts, currently offering $95 to $135 an hour for contract plow drivers who provide their own equipment. Hourly contractor rates for plow drivers in Worcester range from $75 to $180. Lowell is offering contract plow drivers hourly wages ranging from $85 to $155 an hour. In Watertown, some hourly plow driver rates are $200 or more for CDL holders. Now, they say while these hourly rates seem high, plow drivers face dangerous road conditions, odd hours, and vehicle maintenance cost. These Massachusetts towns hope that the high hourly pay will attract immediately applicants to fill those plow driver vacancies. Incredible numbers. Yeah, I know wintertime, it doesn't last forever, but depending on what kind of winter they have, do that math. You're making $200 an hour. You go out and do a 10-hour shift. That's $2,000. That's a good day's work. All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. Got the Carolina Monkey Gouger coming up next. And roll it into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Rappers Travis Scott and Drake, as well as the Astroworld concert organizers, are facing at least 2 lawsuits after a tragic crowd surge at their concert in Houston left 8 dead and around 300 injured on Friday night.
Anytime I can make out, anything that's going on, I'd stop the show and, help them get the help they need, I could just never imagine the severity of the situation.
Scott addressing the tragedy on social media. Epic Times reporting that legal action has been filed on behalf of 2 concert attendees. More claims expected to be filed by lawyers. Hundreds of thousands of workers from various industries expected to take part in a nationwide strike against vaccine mandates this week. The event kicking off Monday in Los Angeles. It's described as a 4-day nationwide walkout. USA Radio News.
Just in time for Christmas, Mike Lindell has dropped the price of the standard classic MyPillow, regularly $69.98 to $19.98. Now, queen and king size slightly higher, but that price includes a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow with you anywhere. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the Radio Listener Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs and give MyPillow for Christmas.
Maybe this is you too. A lot of people do not like their health plan right now, but great news, you're not stuck with it. There's another choice called MediShare, and it's a great option if you're self-employed or changing jobs or part of the gig economy. The typical family saves $500 a month with MediShare, and the customer satisfaction rate is double that of typical health insurance. Find out more, including how much you'll save. Just call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
2 lawsuits have been filed after a stampede at the Astroworld Festival in Houston left 8 people dead. One suit names rappers Travis Scott and Drake for, quote, inciting the crowd. Concert promoter Live Nation also named in the suit filed on behalf of one of the victims. Another victim is suing Scott as well as the organizers.
Scott posting on Twitter that he was, quote, absolutely devastated by what happened and said his prayers are going out to the families and all those who've been impacted by that tragedy. There are unconfirmed reports that the stampede may have begun when people panicked at some suggestion that someone had a syringe in the crowd that they were injecting something into people with.
USA Radio's Chris Barnes from our New England bureau. 4 astronauts from the U.S., France, and Japan will have to wait a little longer after a 6-month journey to the International Space Station. High wind off the Florida coast delaying their return until at least Monday. USA Radio News.
Lights out. Everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
President Biden will visit the Port of Baltimore this week to promote the $1 trillion infrastructure bill, according to the White House.
President Joe Biden on Saturday hailed Congress's passage of his $1 trillion infrastructure package as a monumental step forward for the nation after fractious fellow Democrats resolved a months-long standoff in the ranks to seal the deal.
Finally, Infrastructure Week. I'm so happy to say that.
The House passed the measure 228 to 206 late Friday, prompting prolonged cheers from the relieved Democratic side of the chamber. The climate change funding included in the infrastructure bill points to an agenda that is wrapped in dollar bills that will do nothing to lower fuel costs and very little to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Mark Meadows said on Newsmax,
It's not going to be for roads and bridges. I mean, less than 15% of this bill actually was going for roads and bridges. And so when you start seeing trillions of dollars being spent, it's really for leftist policy that 13 Republicans embraced, and shame on them for doing it.
From the USA Radio News, West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
Monday's the day for the implementation of the vaccine requirement for anyone going to a shopping mall, theater, gym, or nail salon in Los Angeles. City Council voting for the ordinance last month requiring people 12 and older to be fully vaccinated to enter indoor public spaces. For USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
So with Election Day, 2021 nearly a week in the books now. First off, the director of the prestigious Monmouth University Institute, the polling group, comes right out and says, we blew it. When it comes to predicting the margin of the win in New Jersey's governor race, he said it may be time to end election polling. I mean, they got it so wrong. In a commentary Thursday, interview with NPR on Sunday, he said the vaunted institution's polling has been way off. The last Monmouth poll predicted New Jersey's Governor Phil Murphy would win by 11 points over Republican challenger Jack Ciattarelli. Instead, Murphy was barely able to even eke out a win, like less than 1%. What gives? He says, we owe an apology to Jack Ciattarelli's campaign and to Phil Murphy's campaign, for that matter, because inaccurate polling, public polling, can have an impact on fundraising and voter mobilization efforts. But most of all, I owe an apology to the voters of New Jersey for information that was at the very least misleading. I blew it, he admits. According to Murray, polling does quite well when it's taking a snapshot of the full population, but election polling is a different animal, prone to its fair share of misses if you focus only on the margins. There are some organizations that have decided to opt out of election polling altogether, including the famous Gallup poll and the highly regarded Pew Research Center, because it distracts from the contributions of their public interest polling. So, we've seen this trend for years now. Election day rolls around, presidential election, in this case, in off-season. Who all's going to be doing midterm polling? But, that latest poll just days before the election showed a resounding victory for Murphy there. It's way off base. What's going on with the Carolina Monkey Gouger? Happy Monday.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Before I get started, we lost a long-time member of the overnight drive Saturday. You might remember him, Mr. Fred Sr. Him and his son drove double all over the United States. I got a phone call this morning telling me that Mr. Fred Sr. at the young age of 89 years old had took his final ride to that great Peterbilt maker in the sky. He was an active driver. Him and his son run double. He wasn't driving at the time. And his son said he had a massive heart attack and no longer with us. He was a big supporter of this radio show, listened every night. Never did call in that I know of. But at every truck show, he always come up there and would stand around and talk to the guys. So pass that along and ask everybody to give a prayer to the family and
right.
And surviving son. So anyway, that's that. Steve, I take it you didn't get to see that triumphant defeat that those Japa crappers got delivered today, did you?
I did not get to see that. No, sir.
Ooh-wee! Mr. Kyle Larson put the beat down on them Japa crappers. I'm talking about just drove off on them. He was first. He's our new NASCAR champion. Piloting the Hendricks car sales car. Martin Truex was second. Denny Hamlin was third. And Chase Elliott was fourth. hell of a race, man. You missed a knuckle buster, man. I mean, that thing was. You didn't know who was going to do what. There were so many twists and turns right up until about lap 30, and then old Kyle said, "I've had enough of this messing around. I'm gonna put it in high gear and get her done, man." And he did. He got out there. So congratulations, Team Chevrolet, and one Mr. Kyle Larson, who was a victim of this woke America bull crap. And they brought him back, won 10 races, counting the one today. He put on a butt beating on them, and I was really proud for that young man. So there's our new NASCAR champion, the one Mr. Kyle Larson.
So we actually had a season where the winner of that final race was also the series champion. A lot of times you'll have the winner wouldn't necessarily be the season champion, and that all the attention would go to the season champion winner, not the guy that actually won the final race of the season, but he took both. How about that?
Yeah, how about that? That was something else they were talking about today. They were talking about how he done that. And I was glad to see him pull it off. Like I say, man, you need to go back. If you got it taped, go back and watch it, because it was a nail biter. I'm telling you. I mean, it had all kind of twists and turns in it. But, Steve, talking about this polling deal, they seem to forget how bad the polls messed up during the Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton election. You remember that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, there's no way
yeah.
Donald can win. And they really missed that one. And then what happened this week? So I don't believe in a poll, never have. It's just people don't tell the truth no more. Like they called me the morning I was going during the Trump election, and who are you voting for? I'm voting for Joe Biden. Who you think? Yeah, go Joe all the way.
Yeah.
Knowing the whole time I was going to vote for Trump. So, I love to mess with them. Other thing is this mask mandate. I'm hoping that Supreme Court tosses it, gives Joe Biden another defeat, and, and everybody needs to stop calling Joe Biden Brandon, because now he thinks his name is Brandon. That was posted by one Mr. Jill Biden over the weekend. I love that, boy.
That was funny, yeah. For the love of God, stop it, people. He thinks his name's Brandon now.
Yeah, that's right. He thinks his name's Brandon. He don't know what his damn name is. He can't remember whether to put his depends on or not, And I don't know if you've seen it. They were showing a Walmart store somewhere, I think it was in Tennessee or somewhere, where the meat cases, produce, and all that was blocked off, and says at this time we cannot sell you this item. So I don't know what was going on. But they had the facial book all upset, I guarantee you. They were going crazy. Oh, the world's coming to an end. The world's coming to an end. I don't know if the freezers, the coolers run out of Freon or what. But anyway, that was the next thing. And that's about it, man. I'm going to just cruise up here, and we're headed for the Marina Del Rey tomorrow night after I get empty, and take a couple of days off, go do a little deer hunting, probably drink a few Skull Busters. I'll be thinking about you.
That sounds like a plan.
Hey, look here. Next year, tell Chris if he needs another compadre to go to Las Vegas with him to the SEMA. Did you see all them hot-looking chicks that was up there at that thing? Woo-wee! Man, I wouldn't have been worried about no damn car or no product. I'd be up there looking at them chicks, man. They had some hot chicks up there, boy. And old Richard Wallace was there with his wife, and I didn't realize he was married to such a hot baby doll, man. She's up there in a leather skirt. Woo! I said, man, oh man. I said, I need to be up there. So anyway, that's about all I got for tonight. We'll talk to you tomorrow night, see what else.
All right, I guess I'll have to scour back and dig through the archives to find some of those. I must have missed that. Meanwhile, rolling up on 16 past the hour, it's 844-844-3388. So I did catch some of the college football action over the weekend. Yes, our Cincinnati Bearcats, they did win. But it was not what you'd call like an impressive win. Listening to the commentator there toward the very tail end of the game, he says, really, I mean, yes, it goes in the W column. A win is a win, regardless. But as far as making an impression, as he put it, on the BCS, voting and whatnot, they didn't pretty much do anything to impress them. Probably won't see much of any sort of a change, is the way he was making it sound, in those BCS rankings. I guess so. Those come out on, is it Tuesdays? See, because you get your AP and your coaches' rankings. I'm looking here at the latest AP numbers. And obviously, Georgia maintains that top spot, taking care of business handily over the weekend. Now, Cincinnati did win, but again, not an impressive win, but they are still at number 2 in the AP top 25. Alabama is now in 3rd. There's a bit of a shakeup in the standings. Oklahoma now moves to that number 4 spot. Oregon took care of business. They actually jump ahead of Ohio State. So Oregon is now at number 5. Ohio State drops to number 6. Rick was kind of alluding to the fact that, yeah, it was a win, but it was an ugly win, right? Let's see, Notre Dame now at 7th. Michigan State drops down to number 8. Michigan comes in at number 9. And now Oklahoma State takes that 10th spot. All kind of shakeup in the numbers in the top 25, according to the AP top 25. But yeah, some interesting games there. Michigan State, did anybody see that coming, right? They lost over the weekend. After that impressive, after defeating, that big game the prior week, the big upset. It's like, whoops. All right, there you go. With that, it is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Unlike the UC Bearcats, who were able to pull off the win, like I said, a win is a win. The Cincinnati Bengals, on the other hand, they pretty much got their ass handed to them this past day. I watched about the first quarter and had to hit the hay. I was ready for some rest so I could gear up for my Sunday night program. But final score, 41-16. Shellacked the Bengals. Anybody see that coming? So now the Bengals and the Browns are both 5-4 on the season. Yeah, did not see that coming. All right, looking at 23 past the hour. It's 844-3388. See what's going on with old Knucklebuster. Happy Monday, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Did you see that picture of my new buddy?
Your new buddy? Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
Ain't he a handsome fella?
He's a cutie, yeah.
Yeah, I know it there. I just had to wake up 6 times to let him out there Saturday night. So I was kind of tired yesterday morning. You know, them puppies, they got to go to the bathroom quite a bit there.
Yes.
Well, anyway, I had to put my last one down for cancer back in 2020, so I really wasn't happy about all that. But anyway, he's just like him. So anyway, you know, we got to celebrate the United States Marine Corps' 246th birthday on Wednesday before we can celebrate Veterans Day there. So if any of you guys out there want to join the service, you join the Marine Corps. They got the coolest uniforms, and I guarantee you, if Monkey Gouger, he sounded like he ain't seen a naked woman in a while. See? Or either that, he was drinking that Colorado Kool-Aid too much, there.
Uh-huh.
Yep, you know, that Colorado Kool-Aid, it'll set your head on fire and make your kidneys scream there, right? And isn't NASCAR don't they have their championship race in February, the first of the year?
The championship, what do you mean?
What's that first race they run down there in Florida, there in February?
Daytona 500.
Yeah, that's a championship race, right?
Well, it's a season opener.
Okay. I thought that was the championship race for them, that they went backwards to everything else there. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong there, right?
No, they open the season with Daytona. It's kind of like probably the most prestigious race of the year, but yeah, that's just the season kickoff. Kind of like the Indy 500 kicks off the season for the Indy cars.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine then. I'm not up to date on all that NASCAR. And you mean tell me we're exempt from the testing and all that stuff there? Man, I was getting ready to sing Johnny Paycheck, take this job and shove it, buddy. Wait a minute. I can't sing that. I've already had the back.
That's what I was going to say. What are you talking about? You already had the shot anyway, you ding-a-ling.
I know that's right. Yeah, them Bengals got that butt spanked bad today, buddy. I mean, that was terrible loss there. We got some fake news last week off of one of your callers there when we were talking about that NCAA football. He said it was only played on Saturday. Well, anyway, is played on, college football is played on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And as a matter of fact, the Cincinnati Bearcats will be playing on Friday this week. How about that number?
How about that?
Any given Sunday, right?
Yep.
Yep. And he weighed, what's 20 on that clown you were talking about there? I read he was wanting to shut that another pipeline down there, Steve. That's saying. It was already, diesel was 318.9 at right around the corner at my house, 301.9 for regular, 369 for mid-grade, and 377 for the super souped-up stuff there. Man, that's a whole lot more money than what I paid when President Trump was in office there.
It was $335.
Way to go.
$335 for the cheapo this past day at our Kroger store. I think it was $364 for the mid-grade. That's like, good golly.
Wow. That's a lot of money, especially since I got a big foot, right?
Right.
Yeah. That big foot and a large motor and them picket, 5.4 in my Ford and a 5.3 in my bow tie. So, well, let's go, Brandon, help old Joe there, because he's wanting to shut another pipeline down, and that's what I read today. He's looking at doing that there, so I guess there'll be a whole lot more tire there. And Steve, this woman was a brave woman up there in British Columbia. She was having a cigarette on her front porch, and she was approached by a wandering bear that licked her on the hand. And I'm like, no, I'd have been gone before that bear even got up there that close. I'd have thrown that chair up or something up there. Right?
Exactly.
But anyway, yeah, you got a good show going there. Let's keep it up for a great Monday morning there. Let's celebrate that Marine Corps' 246th birthday on Wednesday. I believe that's what day it is, the 10th. And then we'll do Veterans Day on Thursday, which is the 11th, right?
Yep, that is correct. And I saw where they're announcing they're making some wholesale changes to the Marine Corps. Yeah. See if I can dig that back up. I don't know if I printed that up or not, but he's talking about the pipeline. Yes, he is correct. The Biden administration reportedly weighing the potential market consequences of shutting down an oil pipeline in Michigan. Former Michigan Governor Jennifer Granholm, Biden's energy secretary, predicted this past day that heating prices will rise this winter regardless of the Biden administration's decision on the pipeline. Yeah, this is going to happen. It's going to be more expensive this year than last year. But apparently the administration has yet to decide what to do with line number 5. Officials gathering information only to present a clear picture of the situation. Line 5 is part of a network that moves crude oil and other petroleum products from Western Canada, transporting about 540,000 barrels per day. Petroleum is taken from the pipeline to Escanaba, Michigan. The director of environmental policy at the Mackinac Center for Public Policy blasting the Biden administration for its energy policies, telling Fox News that their work on Line 5 is just another example of being divorced from reality. They're planning to power an industrial nation like the United States on solar panels and wind turbines? Noting that even solar panels and wind turbines require oil and natural gas or even coal to be produced. She presented a dire picture of what shutting Line 5 could mean if people are unable to get natural gas or the electricity that it provides as we head into winter. I hope it doesn't end like this. But where I see it going, unfortunately, the same thing that happened in February back in Texas, people freezing in their homes. Most of the time when it's extremely cold or there's a really bad polar vortex situation, it's pretty cloudy and there's not a lot of wind. Explaining, I have trouble understanding why some Western leaders seem unable to grasp the importance of reliable, affordable energy and electricity for the everyday people. It seems like the only nations that understand we require reliable, affordable, dispatchable energy is China and Russia. And they're the only ones that are producing energy, and they're more than happy to hold that energy hostage for the rest of the world. What the hell's wrong with this administration? Yeah, just a week or two ago, I think, didn't Joe Biden say that there's not really much he can do to bring down gas prices? You know, but there's something he may be about to do that's sure as hell going to make them higher. With that, though, we're a little behind here. Get our news break, back to your calls just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Investigators are working to determine how 8 people died in a crush of fans at a Houston music festival. Families mourning the dead as concertgoers recounting the horror and confusion of being trapped in the crowd so tightly they couldn't breathe.
It didn't take long for the first lawsuit to be filed following a Texas tragedy on Friday night when the Astroworld crowd surge in Houston left 8 people dead and at least 300 people injured. One of the injured, Manuel Souza, filing the lawsuit saying that what happened on Friday night was a predictable tragedy that he calls the result of a motivation for profit at the expense of concert-goers' health and safety. The lawsuit seeking at least $1 million in damages. In the New England Bureau for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
A makeshift memorial has formed outside NRG Park. USA Radio News.
If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt, then listen up. We can reduce or eliminate your interest rates. Cut your monthly payment up to 50% and stop all late fees. Our company has been helping good people just like you get out of debt for over 30 years. Don't get stressed out. If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills, we can show you a way to reduce all of your bills to one lower monthly payment that you can afford. So again, if you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills you can't afford, make this free call today and learn how you can finally get out of debt. Call now for your free consultation. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. That's 800-638-7112. Sponsored by Credit Guard.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So fresh on the heels of last week's dramatic upset win in New Jersey, where the truck driver actually beat the long-sitting Senate president in New Jersey. But hold on. He said, it ain't over yet. Hey, guess what? We just found thousands of ballots. We recently found like 12,000 ballots? Yeah, not 12 or 120. Now, red flag immediately goes up. What's going on here? He refuses to concede to the Republican challenger. He sent out a tweet late last week to the Philadelphia Inquirer that says the results from Tuesday's election continue to come in. For instance, there were 12,000 ballots recently found in one county. While I am currently trailing in the race, we want to make sure every vote is counted. Our voters deserve that, and we'll wait for the final results. Now, his office did not respond to comment asking, what South Jersey county found 12,000 ballots? The Associated Press called the race for the Republican truck driver, the political newcomer guy by the name of Edward Durr, last Thursday morning with 100% of precincts reporting. It was a very close race. 32,742 for Durr, 30,444 for Sweeney. So they need to come up with a couple thousand votes for Sweeney to get back on top, right? Now, with those sort of numbers, 32, you're talking, just over 60,000, 63,000 total ballots cast. To magically find like 12,000, something's just not right. As of this past morning, Sweeney has not conceded. Now, as far as Durr, the truck driver's concerned, he walked back. One of the big headlines that all the media had been touting was the fact that he spent like $153 on his campaign. That wasn't apparently necessarily true. He said, first of all, it didn't happen because of me. I'm nobody. I'm just a simple guy. But it was a repudiation of the policies that we've been being forced down our throat. Speaking of Sweeney, people being told they can't go to school, you can't go shopping, you can't continue to tell people they can't do things when we live in the freest country in the world, he said. I want this job. I don't want the fame, but I want the job. I want to be a voice, he said. I want to be somebody who can speak for the people because, one, I got a big mouth, so I like to make myself heard. Now, as far as spending $153 on the campaign, he pushed back on that. He said, you guys go in on the New Jersey Elect, I guess the website, you find $153 filed. Well, that was way back in like May, June, which really just goes to show how behind New Jersey government is on keeping things updated. I think he said he did get it done for less than $10,000, but that's far more than $153. All right, New Jersey's governor election last week also saw a surprisingly tight race between Phil Murphy and Jack Ciattarelli. Murphy has declared victory there, but Ciattarelli has not conceded yet. Now, he did say, I don't want people trying to form wild conspiracy theories or rumors online. While consideration is paid to any and all credible reports, please don't believe everything you see or you read on the internet. But he still has, again, not conceded in New Jersey's governor's race. But the big bombshell there, trying to say we found 12,000, where were these ballots sitting for the past 5 days? That's just... All right, back to the phones we go. Who we got on the line?
Well, hello there, Mr. Steve Sommers.
Okay. Oh, it says busted knuckle. I didn't know who the hell that was.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of misidentity confusion. There's another caller comes in here that's got a similar handle to mine. And he done ticked off this big old boy over here in daggum Jonesboro, Arkansas, where I'm at. And I was on the CB radio the other day, and I said, this beat a busted knuckle. And next thing I know, here come this big old Dodge van loaded plumb to the gills full of newspapers. And this big old bruiser rolled out there, about 7 foot tall, about 390 pounds, had a right hand on him that looked like Memphis hanging on the end of his arm.
Oh, boy.
And he commenced to throwing a biblical ass whipping on me because he said I got on a dang Steve Summers overnight drive radio show and said that I didn't know what the hell he was talking about when it pertained to them dang football games. Well, first of all, I don't give two hoops in hell about no dang college football game. Number two, little old fella like me, dang sure ain't gonna piss off some big old grizzly bear in a dang T-shirt. Some fella named Sexy something. I don't know what the hell his name was, but he sure as hell wasn't peddling no Schwinn bicycle, and he wasn't pitching no newspapers. But, we need to clear this up here because, that's our last daggum tail taking. I'm going to take over some other guy on here with some alligator mouth and a hummingbird ass pissing off some big old polar bear in a T-shirt. And that's all. That's my whole can of spam, as they say in the old country. But, hey, a quick little trivia question here for you there, Mr. Steve Summers. Do you know how many ears Davy Crockett had?
I would assume he had 2.
No, he had 3. He had a left ear, a right ear, and a wild front ear. That's all my baloney.
Oh, boy. The busted knuckle. Jot that one to memory. Busted knuckle. All right, it's 844-3388. I think I may have hung up. Did I done hunged up on Big Sexy? I think I did. Let me see here. Is that the right number? Yeah, there it is. He's trying to call back. So hang in there, Big Sexy. We got you coming up. Let me get to... Yes, Horse Feathers, what's up?
I don't know if I can follow that.
Busted
anyway,
knuckle. That was good.
Yeah. So anyways, a couple other things from the news there I remembered I saw there. They said something about the home heating there, the energy cost. Natural gas is going to go up like 30%, 25-30%. But electric's only going to go up 6%, Your Honor. So if you heat your house with electric, you're really not going to feel much of a cost. But if you're heating with natural gas or propane or oil, hang on to your shorts. But electricity is going to be cheap because it's only supposed to go up like 6%. So I don't know if you can check into those energy costs. They did break down, at least on our news there, that infrastructure bill. And what they say that was, it was like $1.2 trillion or something that wound up being.
Yes.
They said a whole whopping $110 billion are going to go to roads and bridges. So what is that? It's like 10. That's like 10% of the infrastructure. What? I thought it was supposed to be infrastructure. Isn't that roads and bridges? How come only like 10% is going to pay for the roads and bridges?
My understanding is it's right at you hear less than 15%. Donald Trump said it's like 11% that actually goes to roads and infrastructure.
There you go. So. And you were talking about accidents. Did you see the deal over there in India there? They had a tanker truck, a gasoline tanker truck that got involved in an accident with a bus, and it didn't have an immediate effect, but I guess it drew a lot of people there with their jugs and stuff, and they looked like ants going to a picnic there, and I guess once they were all trying to get the free gasoline leaking out of the tanker there, they were picking up with sponges or whatever out of the ground, squeezing it into their bottles. I guess there was an ignition, and I think they had like 100 people killed there in that deal.
Wow.
So but that's typical, you get them gasoline tankers that break open, and if they don't immediately catch on fire, boy, they're out there trying to get all the free gas they can. But I stopped on the way in there this morning, last night, I guess it was before midnight. So, I stopped, got gas there, got 25 gallons. It was over $80, $3.35 a gallon. And that was for just the economic grade there. I don't know what the other two were, but they're up there pushing $3.70, $3.80, something like that. There,
I don't know. What's the deal?
Premium.
I mean, for years and years, you could pretty much bank on whatever the price of regular would be. Mid grade would be like a dime higher than that, and the premium a dime higher than that. Nowadays, it's more like a 30-cent difference between the regular and the mid-grade, than 30 cents more for the premium. Yet why such a big spread?
I don't know a lot about gasoline. The only thing I can say is whatever with the refining cost and the additives they're required to put in. Of course, we're gone to winter blend now, so they're pumping butane into the gasoline now as part of the winter mix. So butane's being hauled down the road to all the gasoline racks so that they can inject that in the process of getting going through from the tank to the loading rack. So, but yeah, I'm not sure. That all that kind of changed there probably about 15 years ago. That I just say it was always 10 cents different. You had your regular and then 10 cents for the mid grade and 10 cents for the premium, and now it's like 20-25 cents to the mid grade and another 20-25 30 cents to the premium. So I don't know what the deal is, but I don't know. I can't really say. I don't know all the stuff. So maybe we got a gasoline hauler out there. Maybe one can take a break there from taking a cigarette break there on the gasoline loading rack there and call in and let us know what he knows about gasoline racks and that. So, but yeah, that was kind of what one last thing there. We had Senator Scott on with what's his name there on Meet the Press there, that Chuck Todd.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, talk about somebody that's so far left can't even turn on a right light switch. But he was blowing his mind because Chuck Todd kept asking him, "Well, wasn't it great that the Virginia race, that the governor race there, nobody was trying to use Donald Trump for anything. They were distancing themselves from Donald Trump. Don't you think that made the race better?" Scott was like, "Hey, if somebody uses Trump and make their race doesn't fine, then that's as long as we win, I don't care." Oh my God, he was blowing. It was poor Chuck. My head was blowing up there yesterday morning. So it was a pretty funny interview. But anyways, but there was a whole narrative, of how Donald Trump, was going to affect the election, or how they were better off by, not using Donald Trump to try to win their election. But kind of all crazy. But yeah, it's kind of crazy, right?
Well, over the weekend,
all right, well,
I think
let's see if we can get back.
Trump said he's going to be very involved, he said, in the midterm elections. So between now and next November, yeah, he's going to be all over it. But, quick timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
somebody made an interesting point. Think about karma. Karma. I'm so glad karma happened to NASCAR and Major League Baseball. First, the Braves win the World Series. Now Kyle Larson wins the Cup championship in NASCAR. I forgot about the fact. Yeah, Kyle Larson. He's the guy that thought his career may be over, and when he got suspended there, I had to go through some I don't know what they call it, sensitivity training or something, so we could get back into racing. But there you go, political correctness backfiring in both cases there. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news update, top of the hour there. All right, Big Sexy, take two.
What'd you hang up on me for? You didn't even let me get started.
It was an accident.
Oh, man, I need to apologize. I grabbed the wrong guy out of the truck and worked him over. I could have sworn he said his name was Knucklebuster.
I said his name was Busted Knuckle.
Yeah, I know. I heard it wrong. I was so steaming bad. I guess it was affecting my ears that night. I need to apologize to him. But that gummit, his face worked my thumb. My knuckles over pretty good. My thumb still ain't right. I hear Knucklebuster's already been on there tonight running his mouth.
I think you said, what do we play football Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
According to him, we play it 24 hours a day. But, on that NASCAR race, you missed the end of that there. It come down to a caution there with under 50 laps to go, and Larson was better on short runs than the two Toyota drivers, Truex and Hamlin. So, but Hamlin was closing. Truex was closing on him there at the end, but he just didn't have enough time to catch him. After you got about 25 laps into a run, Larson's tires started falling off. And they could pull ahead of him. Mm-hmm. On the short runs, they couldn't stay with him. Yeah. I need to apologize to Mr. Knuckle there. I thought I had the wrong. I thought I had the right person. I guess I had the wrong person.
So how'd your Razorbacks do this weekend, huh?
Oh, they won. They pulled it out. It was a cliffhanger. Mississippi State scored with under a minute to go. I think it was. I can't remember exactly how much time was left. Under a minute to go, or maybe under 2 minutes to go. Anyway, They scored and went ahead by 5 points. So Arkansas marched down and scored the go-ahead touchdown and got the 2-point conversion to go up by 3. And then during the game, the Mississippi State kicker missed 2 field goals during the game. So they got within field goal range, and the head coach of Mississippi State tried out a different kicker with 2 seconds to go in the game to try to kick the winning field goal. That's the first thing he saw all game long. He had to come in and try to win it. And they got a hold of the ball at the line of scrimmage. It didn't even go nowhere near the goal. So he missed that one. Then old Mike Leach said that after the game that tryouts start Monday for kickers for anybody on the Mississippi State campus that has eligibility.
Okay.
They threw the kickers under the bus. But yeah, we pulled it out. There was some pretty close games over the weekend. LSU gave Alabama all they could handle.
I didn't get to see that one. All I know is Rick was saying that was I guess, I don't know, the Ohio State win was an ugly one, right?
Yeah, LSU had a Hail Mary in the end zone there at the end of the game. If they'd have caught it, they could have. I think they lost like 20-14. If they could have caught that Hail Mary and it bounced around there and fell to the ground, they could have pulled that out.
Wow.
I told you last week that Cincinnati wasn't in that bad of a spot. Michigan State's off.
Yeah, sure enough.
And they still got to play, I think, Purdue, and no, they play Purdue. They still got to play Ohio State and Michigan. Ohio State and Purdue. Ohio State still got to play Michigan, Purdue, and
Michigan State.
Yep. So, so there's still some room there for them to move back into the top 4 and get into the playoffs. And, they're talking about expanding that playoff to 8 games. But that won't happen this year. It'll be, later on.
Yeah, at least.
So that would eliminate this in the future, but that wouldn't help Cincinnati this year. But I still think Cincinnati will get back in the top 4. Plus, we still got a date with Alabama in 2 weeks. We got LSU at home next week, and then we go to Alabama, and then we come back to host Missouri. So, we might be able to help them out too.
Still a lot of football yet to be played, as they say, right? Well, yeah, I don't think we'll see any change in the BCS come this week. Yeah, with Cincinnati that was kind of an ugly game as well. What was it, 28-20, the final score? I think something like that. But they did not win handily. They struggled. Meanwhile, all right, we get a news update here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Rappers Travis Scott and Drake, as well as the Astroworld concert organizers, are facing at least 2 lawsuits after a tragic crowd surge at their concert in Houston left 8 dead and around 300 injured on Friday night.
Anytime I can make out, anything that's going on, I just stop the show and, help them get the help they need, I could just never imagine the severity of the situation.
Scott addressing the tragedy on social media. Epic Times reporting that legal action has been filed on behalf of 2 concert attendees. More claims expected to be filed by lawyers. Hundreds of thousands of workers from various industries expected to take part in a nationwide strike against vaccine mandates this week. The event kicking off Monday in Los Angeles. It's described as a 4-day nationwide walkout. USA Radio News.
Just in time for Christmas, Mike Lindell has dropped the price of the standard classic MyPillow, regularly $69.98 to $19.98. Now, queen and king size slightly higher, but that price includes a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow with you anywhere. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs and give MyPillow for Christmas.
Maybe this is you too. A lot of people do not like their health plan right now, but great news, you're not stuck with it. There's another choice called MediShare, and it's a great option if you're self-employed or changing jobs or part of the gig economy. The typical family saves $500 a month with MediShare, and the customer satisfaction rate is double that of typical health insurance. Find out more, including how much you'll save. Just call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
2 lawsuits have been filed after a stampede at the Astroworld Festival in Houston left 8 people dead. One suit names rappers Travis Scott and Drake for, quote, inciting the crowd. Concert promoter Live Nation also named in the suit filed on behalf of one of the victims. Another victim is suing Scott as well as the organizers.
Scott posting on Twitter that he was, quote, absolutely devastated by what happened and said his prayers are going out to the families and all those who've been impacted by that tragedy. There are unconfirmed reports that the stampede may have begun when people panicked at some suggestion that someone had a syringe in the crowd that they were injecting something into people with.
USA Radio's Chris Barnes from our New England bureau. 4 astronauts from the U.S., France, and Japan will have to wait a little longer after a 6-month journey to the International Space Station. High wind off the Florida coast delaying their return until at least Monday. USA Radio News.
Lights out. Everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
President Biden will visit the Port of Baltimore this week to promote the $1 trillion infrastructure bill, according to the White House.
President Joe Biden on Saturday hailed Congress's passage of his $1 trillion infrastructure package as a monumental step forward for the nation after fractious fellow Democrats resolved a months-long standoff in the ranks to seal the deal.
Finally, Infrastructure Week. I'm so happy to say that.
The House passed the measure 228 to 206 late Friday, prompting prolonged cheers from the relieved Democratic side of the chamber. The climate change funding included in the infrastructure bill points to an agenda that is wrapped in dollar bills that will do nothing to lower fuel costs and very little to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Mark Meadows said on Newsmax,
It's not going to be for roads and bridges. I mean, less than 15% of this bill actually was going for roads and bridges. And so when you start seeing trillions of dollars being spent, it's really for leftist policy that 13 Republicans embraced, and shame on them for doing it.
From the USA Radio News, West Texas Bureau, I'm Brad Bernards.
Monday's the day for the implementation of the vaccine requirement for anyone going to a shopping mall, theater, gym, or nail salon in Los Angeles. City Council voting for the ordinance last month requiring people 12 and older to be fully vaccinated to enter indoor public spaces. For USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Anniversary of the infamous wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Notorious November gales may howl once again across portions of the nation's midsection. As we mentioned in hour number one, a powerful storm is slated to wallop portions of the plains, the Midwest, and the western Great Lakes. Strong winds, heavy snow, and severe thunderstorms this week. In an eerily similar fashion to that famous storm in 1975, low pressure is expected to develop over the Central Plains during the middle of the week before quickly strengthening and cutting northeast toward the northern Great Lakes and the upper Midwest. You know, that term, November gales, that exists for a reason in the upper Midwest. Colder air plunging south into the U.S. More frequently during the fall months, obviously. You know, often colliding with some of the lingering warmth in the south, and that clash of the air masses triggers some of the first big wintry storms of the season, producing fierce winds, and that's exactly the scenario they say that's going to unfold this week. The greatest impacts get underway Wednesday. Strong winds develop around the storm, Heavy rain breaks out on the northern side of the storm. Severe thunderstorms could ignite further south on the warmer side of the storm. Then as the week progresses, the storm taps into cold air across Canada, dragging it southward, causing the precip to change over to heavy snow for some, starting Wednesday night into Friday. Now, east of the storm track, winds will be out of the south, at least initially, drawing warm air northward into parts of Missouri and Iowa, eastward into the Ohio Valley and western Great Lakes. Temperatures in parts of these areas may surge into the upper 60s and lower 70s, maybe even low to mid 70s in places like St. Louis. Normal high there would be 57 degrees. Now, that warmth may be kind of inviting to get outside, but the gusty winds will throw a bit of a wrench into outdoor plans. Very strong winds will also develop over the western Great Lakes, adding that the duration and the extent of the warm-up will be limited in that region regardless of the temperature, but winds will be especially strong along the south and east-facing shores of the western Great Lakes. Rough surf, coastal flooding. On the western side of the storm, gusty north to northwesterly winds pick up, begin to pull in some of that colder air through the plains, while portions of the mid-Mississippi and Ohio Valley bask in well above average warmth for this time of year. All right, as the storm strengthens Wednesday night into Thursday, rain changes to snow across the northern plains and the upper Midwest. Many areas from the Dakotas and Nebraska through Minnesota, Wisconsin, into western Ontario will have a chance at accumulating snow from Wednesday night into Friday. By the end of the week, the storm slows down. It may even stall over the northern Great Lakes. Due to the slow-moving nature of the storm, snow could linger across parts of the region through Friday. So again, we can have some major thoroughfares, some major routes, I-90, 94, 29, 35, just to name a few. People want to keep an eye on the forecast. Prepare now for treacherous travel conditions and significant disruptions. Heavy snow could fall as far east as even Minneapolis. Ripple effect, airline delays, and disruptions at some of the other major travel hubs as well. There you go. After a rather warm October there in Minneapolis. What about the severe weather side? Severe thunderstorms may break out Wednesday across the parts of the middle and lower Mississippi Valley, depending on the evolution of the storm. The threat of severe thunderstorms could even continue eastward into the Ohio Valley and the southeast Thursday and Friday. We're into that second severe weather season. You got your typical spring severe weather, then second season. This is the time of year for that. In the state of Virginia, Democrat leaders finally conceding. Republicans have won control of the House of Delegates there. Let's see. The Associated Press has not officially called all the races, but the House Speaker issued a statement acknowledging the Republican majority shortly after Democrat Martha Mugler conceded defeat in a tight race against the Republican challenger there in the 91st District in Virginia's Hamptons Road region. With that concession, Republicans now expect to control over 51 seats in the 100-member chamber. Now, that means Republicans would complete an election sweep where they reclaimed the office of the governor, lieutenant governor, and the attorney general. The backlash against the Democrat majority that pushed through a series of progressive reforms over the past 2 years. The General Assembly is now split, Democrats holding a slim 21-19 majority in the Senate there. Senators in Virginia not up for re-election until 2023. But you're not going to be looking at the opportunity for the Democrats who had controlled things just shoving one measure after another having controlled pretty much like the nation as a whole right now has. Senate, House, presidency, all controlled essentially by the Democrats. How times change, right? All right, Chevy Guy, what's happening? How was your weekend?
Oh, wonderful. And with that news that you just delivered, it's just even better. As far as earlier you were saying that truckers are not going to be required to get the jab. And yeah, I'm blessed because I can go almost forever not have any personal contact with the shipper or the receiver. You know, it's a piece of paper on a clipboard in the sawmill, and it's a computer at the scale, and it's you know, the dump is operated by the driver there too. So I don't see anybody, and that's a good deal. As for the oil and gas industry, I can tell you this much: right after the pipeline was canceled, my grandsons both work in the oil industry, and you know, they both have their coal mine cards. I got 3 of them with coal mine cards, but they, you know, the drilling rigs basically for about a month just stopped, trying to figure out, well, where we go now, you know. But I mean, he, you know, my grandson didn't stop. He started installing TV cable, which is hard to believe they still do that. But starting TV cable into the homes, well, they called him back right away. He's been busting his tail in West Virginia, and they're drilling. You know, they're at face it at $80 a barrel. There's money to be made out there. So we've got companies that are doing it. My other grandson he works on a fracking crew, and I mean, if they're not working in Pennsylvania, they'll fly them out to Texas or Oklahoma, and you know, his team will work. You know, the trucks are out there; they just man the trucks that they already have out in that area. So, and he's been working. So, yeah, they're out there. They're out there drilling. They're not, the drilling rig or the people in the oil fields. At least in my family, they're still hoofing it. So, also the Walmart deal. I was talking to somebody on here, or one of the drivers, and when I was shopping Sunday morning, and I was letting him know everything is, our shelves are stocked. Yes, prices are up about $1 on most things. So whenever I went by the meat, you know, we got Tyson chicken, it's all piled up there. I mean, the beef, everything. Our store is very well stocked in down here in Barnwell County, South Carolina. So I'm just, you know, I just get I mean, paper goods are all, you know, stocked up. So they're getting stocking up all the shelves for the stuff for Christmas. You know, the Gita shelves, I guess. So we're in good shape down here. So I know that story where they had a sign up that don't eat the meat or don't buy. They didn't want them. There was meat on the shelf, but they didn't want them to buy it. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. But like I buy the 80-20 hamburgers, and I'm telling you, it was like $9.96 for 12 patties, and that's how much I paid for them last time. So it's, believe it or not, that hasn't gone up any. So it ain't gone over $10 yet. So we're just giving you a report of what's out here and what we're dealing with. So I'm glad that's good news. I still want to look into that about us not having to take the jab. I mean, I haven't heard anything of it. And like I said, whenever they did the mask, you drive into these mills and it's mask required. And they've never one time, none of the truckers are wearing masks. I mean, we go in, out, because we're never around anybody. I had a quality control man come up, and I handed him my ticket. That's that far away. He's mask covered. And I said, are we breaking anything for not wearing these masks? He said, no, it's not required for you truckers. It's required for us. And so, and that's the closest I've gotten is handing this big, long ticket way out to him. Other than that, people are in a glass cage and you hand it through a small hole in the window. Mm-hmm. So I'm glad to hear that. I guess what I'm saying is it's a bunch of good news, and I'm just proud to be American, and I'm proud to see that Americans are stepping up and fighting back, and don't mess with soccer moms. Don't mess with their babies. Thank God for America. All right. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. Enjoy the show.
Have a good morning, 10-4, right? All right, 22 past the hour. Yeah, I'll give you a little more if you've joined us late. The whole vaccine mandate. They're calling it a blockbuster statement released on Friday. The American Trucking Association said that for the most part, drivers are exempt from the vaccine mandate. We shall explain just ahead. Lines available on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So the statement from the American Trucking Association on Friday, after the Occupational Safety and Health Administration issued that interim final rule dealing with the sweeping private sector vaccine requirements. They released it on Thursday, then published in the Federal Register on Friday. As we know, under the rule, which affects private sector employers with 100 or more employees, proof of vaccination or submit to weekly testing, effective January 4. Unvaccinated workers also begin requirements of wearing masks starting on December the 5th. While Thursday's news drew ire from the trucking industry groups, like the Truckload Carriers Association, saying this mandate would be disastrous for the supply chain and the trucking industry at large. The ATA says they believe solo truckers will be exempt from the requirements due to the solitary nature of the jobs. Based on the statement made late Thursday by the Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, who said, quote, if you're a truck driver and you're outside, you're in a cab driving by yourself, this does not impact you. If you're a worker outside working in the area, this does not impact you. So Chris Spears says, as we made clear our comments to the administration prior to the rule's publication, drivers spend the vast majority of their workday alone in the cab and outside. The rule published exempts employees who exclusively work outdoors or remotely and have minimal contact with others indoors. And all indications thus far from the Department of Labor suggest this does apply to the commercial truck driver population. So while we complete our due diligence to confirm that fact through the official channels, we see quotes from Labor Secretary Walsh as an enormous victory for our association. Given the shortage of truck drivers, it's vital that our industry has the relief it needs to keep these goods moving: food, fuel, medicine. All right, we continue to believe OSHA is using extraordinary authority unwisely, applying this across all industries at an arbitrary threshold of 100 employees that fails to factor in actual risks. We are weighing all options of recourse to ensure every segment of our industry workforce is shielded from the unintended consequences of this misguided mandate. Of course, then there are multiple legal challenges. While officials are still working to hammer out the details of how the vaccine mandate will be applied to the workforce, the ATA statement should provide some relief for the trucking industry. Their previous statement was they believe the mandate would have forced as many as 37% of truck drivers to leave the industry at a time when supply chain disruptions and industry labor issues are all becoming an increasing point of concern. And I did mention, with the time change, interesting how that would be one of our trucking industry headlines. You've got the change in the time, the sun glare, the sun coming up essentially an hour earlier this morning than it did for your Friday morning commute, The Colorado Department of Transportation issued a reminder to drivers about sun glare season, triggering early morning safety closures on I-70 now through February. Sun glare can cause dangerous driving conditions on eastbound I-70 at Floyd Hill during the early morning hours. The sun's angle in combination with the hill and the highway configuration create a blinding sun glare for drivers as they head eastbound up Floyd Hill, about the 244 to 248 mile markers east of Idaho Springs. The intense sun glare occurs as far east as Genesee, beginning around sunrise, lasting till around 8:30 in the morning. Now, most of these I-70, they actually do closures. Most of these sun glare closures last anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour between sunrise and 8:30 a.m. The sun glare, combined with the mountain driving conditions, steep hills, sharp turns, unknown scenarios like wildlife crossing the highway. So the Colorado DOT and the State Patrol decide on a case-by-case basis each day whether the sun glare is too dangerous for drivers on eastbound I-70. If the glare is deemed dangerous, drivers are provided with advance notice of the potential road closures via the messages on the electronic signboards prior to reaching Floyd Hill, east of the Eisenhower Johnson Memorial Tunnel. So if they do indeed close I-70 for the sun glare, They have some detours. Traffic headed eastbound would be rerouted at exit 244, which is at the bottom of Floyd Hill. And you can either stay the course on US 6 through Clear Creek Canyon, or you can take the eastbound I-70 frontage road, US 40, and get back to I-70 at Beaver Brook, exit 248. Truck drivers should be aware there are height restrictions in the tunnels along that US 6 Clear Creek Canyon. No vehicles over 12 foot 7 inches can take that route. Of course, they offer up some other sun glare tips, but I wasn't even aware that they had shutdowns along I-70 for things like just that, the sun glare. With that, we're up to bottom of the hour. Get a news break. I got the Knuckle Buster lined up here. And otherwise, lines available at 844-844-3388 on a Monday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Rappers Travis Scott and Drake, as well as the Astroworld concert organizers, are facing at least 2 lawsuits after a tragic crowd surge at their concert in Houston left 8 dead and around 300 injured on Friday night.
Anytime I can make out, anything that's going on, I stop the show and, help them get the help they need, I could just never imagine the severity of the situation.
Scott addressing the tragedy on social media. Epic Times reporting that legal action has been filed on behalf of 2 concert attendees. More claims expected to be filed by lawyers. Hundreds of thousands of workers from various industries expected to take part in a nationwide strike against vaccine mandates this week. The event kicking off Monday in Los Angeles. It's described as a 4-day nationwide walkout. USA Radio News.
Are you struggling with addiction or alcohol problems? If you're depressed, drinking, and using drugs, you may need help. And the Affordable Care Act guarantees coverage of substance abuse.
I knew I could get myself out of this. I just needed some hope and some help.
I took the first step to recovery when I made the call.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055.
I feel like I'm losing control. I'm afraid I'll lose my job or even my family.
Call now for hope and help with proven, gentle recovery programs.
I never thought that I could be somebody who didn't drink and use drugs.
I'm in recovery, getting the help I need.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I guess we should offer a little tip of the hat to the state of Tennessee. Yes, indeed. Why, you say? Well, Smith & Wesson broke ground this past day on their soon-to-be new home facility in East Tennessee. Weeks after announcing the move out of Springfield, Massachusetts, due to the cost of living, business friendliness, and Tennessee's political Second Amendment support. President and CEO Mark Smith said the decision to settle on the 240-acre lot, which is called Partnership Park North, had to be right for future generations. We've got 170 years of history in Springfield, Mass. So for us, this was especially difficult. Tennessee has moved to loosen gun restrictions in recent years, and back in March, the legislature passed a law allowing adults 21 and over to carry handguns without a permit after completing a state-level background check and training. This is a $125 million investment expected to create 750 jobs in the region by 2023. Governor Bill Lee said the investment would have an impact on the region that would last for generations. If you really want to change a family's life, then you insert into that family meaningful work. When people have a good job and make a good living for their family, they are generationally impacted. But the process is underway, groundbreaking, and they're in Tennessee. And I don't blame them for the move. What's going on, Knucklebuster?
Thanks for taking back a second time, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, Tennessee doesn't have no state income tax either, so, that's a good thing there. They'll like that. Plus, you can just pop one on your hip there and walk around with it. It won't make no difference. They kind of like Mississippi and Arkansas, and I guess Alabama's the same way. I don't know about Georgia. Got that constitutional carry, stand your ground, and eminent domain there. But anyway, is this a hot mic?
Yes, it is a hot mic.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought it was there. And it's transmitted across the public airways, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. If you make a comment on this show, that gives anybody that's listening the right to comment back, but it doesn't give you the right to make a verbal threat against somebody. I just happen to be so lucky. My lawyer lives right next door to me, Steve. He's got a couple of your podcasts that don't never disappear, saved as evidence right now, and he'll probably have a third one in the morning there. And I'm not making idle threats. I'll just say this. I apologize that my comment hurt your feelings, and be done with that. But he said if you come down to Memphis, buddy, you're looking at 5 years in jail. And that ain't no weekend in a county jail by Tom C. Hall either. That's 5 years in the big house there. So, and I'll leave it at that. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Sommers. I'll call you a little later on there. And I'm not making no threat.
I got you. That's a good place to leave it, right? All right, another story. Did I not tell you on Friday morning's program when the reporter last week confronted Joe Biden about compensating those families that were separated at the border, about $450,000 compensation, which would be potentially for two family members, almost $1 million. He referred to that. That's garbage. I said, okay. So maybe it's not going to be $450,000. What if it's just $150,000? So he didn't specify that. And I shared the legislation that was introduced by the Republicans, stating that no taxpayer dollars to be used to compensate people that broke the law, entering the country illegally. It's mind-boggling. Well, lo and behold, pretty much nailed that one. Told you so after several days of confusion and conflicting messages. President Biden now admits that his administration is, in fact, negotiating payments to the families of illegals who were separated at the border. Okay, of course, first, they were contemplating that settlement that would pay about $450,000 per person to those families that were split up at the border under the Trump administration's zero-tolerance policy. Although families were also separated at the border under the Bush and Obama administrations, it's not clear whether the contemplated settlements would encompass those families as well. But again, these settlements, initially reported by the Wall Street Journal, could have ended up being close to $1 million per family. Could have varied according to circumstances for each family, meaning they could have been smaller in some cases. Officials who spoke to the Journal noted that the figures were still being negotiated and could have changed before being finalized. Yes, the payments, obviously widely criticized in light of the current economic climate in this country, which has seen so many families struggling with historic levels of inflation right now. What are you paying at the pump? You enjoying those high gas prices? Many critics also pointed out that news of these settlements is just going to encourage more illegal immigration when you've already got a crisis at the border. A historic surge since the first year of Biden's presidency. So see, they're contemplating something, and I think there are some House and Senate members that realize. Biden said, well, that $450,000 figure, that's garbage. Well, what is it? What's it going to be? Even at half that, even if it was $200,000, that's preposterous. All right, looking at 15 before the hour on a back-to-work Monday. Who we got on the line? I'll tell you what it says on the screen. It says egg roll lo mein.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Steve Sommer. I drive big U-Haul truck full of Democrat mail-in ballot headed to New Jersey to fix gubernatorial election. Syria American, you have no weapon. Your vote is mine. I eastbound down. Go bye-bye.
Egg roll, lo mein. Okay. Yeah, fix gubernatorial election. That's the guy that found the 12,000 ballots up there in New Jersey, isn't it? Just happened to come across these. Let me see here. It's 844-844-3388. Would that be the Carolina Monkey Gouger?
Hey, Steve, I want to jump back in there for a minute and tell Mr. Knucklebuster he needs to get the peanut butter out of his damn ears. When he makes false accusations about me ain't never seen a naked woman. I think when me and you was having our conversation, I said they had some nice looking skirts up there. Them was some pretty women.
Yeah.
I didn't say nothing about no naked women. So Knucklebuster, I got my lawyer on retainer. Do we cheat him and how? So when you make false accusations, Bubba, you go to $5,000 fine if you ever come to South Carolina for making false accusations against the monkey gun, you dumbass. Steve, that was just too damn much, but I couldn't resist it. I had to jump back in here for a minute. Hey, now. Hey, man, you gotta love it.
Well, if you come across some of those photos, forward them to me, Steve at hotshotsecret.com, right?
Hey, Steve, I was getting them photos off of 3 different people that I knew that was up there at that thing. I got to go back through there. If I get some of my, I'll forward them to you. But, man, I'm going to tell you something, baby. They had some hot-looking women up there. They was making those, let me make sure I got this clear so I don't want to upset Knucklebuster. They was clothed really well. They really made them clothing look good.
I bet they did.
Really good.
Well, I know you have a history of leading by example. Anytime those good-looking girls show up like at the Mid-America Truck Show, somehow Monkey Gouger always finds his way to be right in the middle of them for a photograph.
That's right. That's how I got to handle the other handle, Chick Magnet. You know, they just so happy to get in that. Lauren Wise needs to take some pointers from me. I'll show him how to get the good-looking women in the pictures with him instead of them ugly-ass men he's always posing with. But anyway, I couldn't resist it. I had to jump back in there, Steve. I'll talk to you later, buddy.
All right, Monkey Gouger, have a good morning. We're looking at 12 before the hour, and let me see here. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a quick 2-minute timeout. On a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me see here. Right back at it on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Yes, hope you had a good weekend. Well, kind of a heartwarming story. A woman and her dog reunited in Tennessee last week after nearly 2 weeks apart, all thanks to the kindness of truck drivers. Elsa the dog ran away from home about 2 weeks ago, scared by a storm in Ringgold, Tennessee. That's when a trucker found her. The unnamed trucker found the sweet dog at a gas station all alone and decided to take her along for the ride, all while Elsa's owner, Christy Chapman, worriedly took to social media making posts about her lost pup in hopes that someone could help find her. Eventually, the trucker who had found Elsa actually saw a friend's post on a lost and found page and made the connection. They had the dog she was looking for. It's kind of like a missing child. Your son, all these posts out every day, hoping, begging people, please look at my dog. Please. I had thousands of comments, hundreds of shares, and that's exactly what got her home. This lady called and she said, I think I have your dog. Priscilla in Ringgold posted it on the Lost and Found page. She says, that's when Elsa's journey really started. The truck driver who initially took her on the truck wasn't going to be coming back through Ringgold for quite a time, so she recruited some trucker friends, heading that direction to help get Elsa home. She actually switched hands a couple of times. Honestly, it's a miraculous story. The truck driver that had her obviously wasn't going to be coming back this way, but someone else was, and they knew she was picked up in the Ringgold area, so they just started searching. She literally traveled with them on the stops. She stopped with them. She played in the pools. She hung out in ponds around the country. All told, Elsa traveled about 1,200 miles with several different truck drivers. Chapman said she was spoiled every step of the way by those truckers. She also said she has the community of truck drivers to thank for Elsa's homecoming. Reunited in nearby Cummins, Georgia, last Tuesday. But she said, Elsa's an older dog. She's 7. And I'm not going to have her a whole lot longer. Just having a few more years, though, is going to be amazing. Well, thanks to the truck drivers that participated there in helping to get Elsa home. There you go. I told you it was a heartwarming story. What's going on, Scarecrow? Happy Monday.
Hey, Steve. We'll give it a shot here. I've lost the program 4 times already. Don't know what the cause is there, but the last time I lost your vocal, but I could hear your bumper music very faintly in the background, so for whatever that's worth. You're wondering how the weekend went? Man, we had 65, 66 degrees Saturday and Sunday. In fact, we still had 58 degrees in La Crosse when I left at midnight. It's been a always moving kind of night out here. Crystal clear sky and looks like about 1 billion stars up there.
Mm-hmm.
early in the program, somebody sent you greetings from the socialist state of Illinois. You know, every once in a while, when I see somebody struggling to pass once they get up into Wisconsin here, I remind them they're back in America, that they can run that third lane if they want. You know, that's that's a common sense thing up here. Referencing the storm that took out the Edmund Fitzgerald, you know, how the weather can change quick. Ever heard of the Armistice Day storm that hit the Mississippi River Valley, western Wisconsin, eastern Minnesota, and such? It took place in November, right at the height of the duck hunting season. And that day, too, it was a unusual day. A lot of hunters went out in short sleeves, you know, T-shirts and such. And the weather changed unbelievably fast over the day. The winds came up to where they couldn't control their boats on the open water. The snows finally came, and you know, as things played out, you know, as hunters, they took to dragging their boats up on the islands and, you know, hunkering down underneath. Some just took up to hiking, walking around, walking in circles just to keep their sanity, if nothing else. There's far more details, you know, available online and such, but, you know, it's just an extreme example how quickly, you know, weather can change, you know, for us. And moving on to the pandemic and such, these inoculations and all way. You know, there was a story I referenced in the past, you know, being able to prove your vaccination. Well, doesn't that strike up an image of the Gestapo back in the 40s, stopping individuals on the street and, you know, demanding their ID and travel papers and such? I mean, how ridiculous can this get carried out, you know? Just unbelievable. Then on the lighter side of things, I guess this is maybe meant for last Friday, but I'm going to lose my man card here when I bring this up.
Uh-oh.
Well, it starts out, I have to start out with, you know, a Merry Christmas. I guess that's a greeting proper. This started last week, last Monday on my way into work. The first of the houses with Christmas lights, you know, illuminated, you know, showed up. And this party, they start the season out every year that early. But by about last Wednesday, there's no less than a half dozen, you know, illuminated. So I guess they're skipping right over Thanksgiving this year. Well, Thanksgiving for us will be interesting because we don't have a dining table anymore. We jokingly told the family you can bring your own TV trays for sit-down dinner and such. Now, this goes back to Mother's Day. I've been boasting about how proud I am and how proud my bride was about receiving that new steel chainsaw for Mother's Day. Well, it's been a lie on my part, a big front. Apparently, she didn't think a $1,200 chainsaw was, you know, to her liking. Within a couple of days, she said, we need a new dining set. Now, never mind that a little research showed this dining set was quite a collector item, both that and the China hutch and sideboard and such. And back to resale stores are selling the table alone for $1,500. Well, she put up on that Facebook selling market, whatever the heck that is. I think she probably took the first lowball offer that came along. So either way, took and ordered new dining set, and, you know, mind you, this is back in the end of May now, and we know darn well, you know, furniture orders, they can take several months, you know, or in the last year or two.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
And the delivery date that's been pushed back, and now it's end of November. Now, never mind that Ashley Furniture, they're only about 25 miles from our house. I mean, she could jump on the Schwinn Panther and tie on the Radio Flyer wagon behind and go retrieve it. But so a lot of their components, Ashley, they're imported, from China. So we're just kind of speculating that some components are floating out in the Pacific right now. Now, I brought up to her the other day that the SS Minnow is maybe up and running again. And because she said thoughts of going out and looking through every one of those 500,000 containers and finding those components for her table. So we may be able to come up with some kind of, deal with the pilot of that. I don't know if Gilligan is in possession of that these days or what, but so either way, things are tripping along just fine here. Running across Wisconsin I-94 right now, anticipating tipping over another Wisconsin whitetail road rat. We've done 4 in the last 12 months, so we're overdue again now. So it's going to happen, but until then, that's about it for now, pal. Well,
you should tell the wife that if you just got the $1,200 chainsaw, go back to that. You could use that chainsaw you get out there and get out in the garage and you can make yourself a new dining room set.
Well, let me tell you, it was a year ago. I bought there's kind of a special electric drill attachment for making log type furniture. I'm in the process of building a bandsaw mill, portable bandsaw mill. And a side note, for our anniversary, last month I gave her a skidding winch. Now, for anybody that's curious, this is an apparatus that mounts on the back of a farm type tractor. It has a winch with 150, 200 foot of steel cable. You can retrieve logs and down trees and whatnot from areas that you can't get the tractor to. Now, I guess the jury's kind of out right now on how she feels about receiving that, Steve. But we'll keep you updated on that. On what you think.
All right. There you go. All right. Well, Scarecrow, thanks for checking in. Glad you had a good weekend. And thank you, as always, for sharing. We get our news update here as we roll into that midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
A blow to the Biden administration's COVID-19 vaccine mandate upon private employers. A federal appeals court has issued a temporary stay, asserting there may be constitutional issues with the requirement. White House advisor Cedric Richmond telling Fox News Sunday they're on solid legal ground.
OSHA's job is to protect workers. We've lost 750,000 Americans due to this pandemic, 13,000 a day, and people should be able to go to work in a safe environment. And so if that means doing something that is tough, that's what this president does.
A poll conducted by USA Today and Suffolk University puts President Biden's approval rating at 38%. It had been hovering in the low 40s in recent polls. Biden's approval rating has been on the decline for a number of weeks. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
People in most parts around the U.S. adjusting to daylight saving time.
The Department of Transportation, which is in charge of daylight saving time, says the practice still saves energy, prevents traffic accidents, and helps reduce crime. Sleep experts are warning, though, that the consequences of losing sleep from daylight saving far outweigh any possible value. Others say they never really notice the change in the clock when it comes to their sleep. From the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
A crew of U.S., French, and Japanese astronauts will have to delay their return home from a 6-month trip to the International Space Station due to high winds off the Florida coast. SpaceX delaying their departure until at least Monday afternoon. They're expected to splash down in the Gulf of Mexico. Good news is that the trip will last 8 hours, less than half as long as before. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A measure requiring proof of shots for everyone to enter indoor public spaces in Los Angeles takes effect Monday after the LA City Council passed the mandate last month. Anyone 12 or older has to be fully vaccinated to enter public spaces such as sports arenas, museums, spas, indoor city facilities, and other locations. Those with religious or medical exemptions will need to provide a negative test within 72 hours for entry. Dr. Anthony Fauci is facing additional calls to resign after reports appear to show that money from the National Institutes of Health funded lab experiments that tortured and killed puppies.
More evidence is emerging that these kinds of tests have been going on for decades. Animal rights lawyer Shannon Keith.
He is directly responsible, period, and therefore the blood is on his hands. They are performing these horrific experiments on animals that don't actually help human beings whatsoever.
Dr. Anthony Fauci continues making headlines for his efforts to fund horrific experiments on beagle puppies.
USA Radio's Brad Bernard's reporting from the West Texas Bureau. Kyle Larson winning the NASCAR championship race at Phoenix Speedway on Sunday to claim the 2021 Cup Series title. NFL Sunday Night Football, the Titans pick up their 7th win, 28-16 over the Rams. Earlier the day, the Chiefs took down the Packers 13-7, and the Cardinals take care of the 49ers 31-17. For USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
There we go, back at it on a Monday. Oh, we had a good weekend. Well, here we are 9 months following the historic freeze there in Texas. Remember that? Well, the grapefruit farmers remember that. As the grapefruit industry is reaping the detrimental impacts of that frigid weather outbreak. Icy conditions, extreme cold, the damage to different crops of grapefruit across the region. And this season's crop of grapefruit, which had only been blooming at the time of the winter outbreak, is expected to provide less than a third of the average harvest, they tell us. Texas had been the number one provider of fresh grapefruit in the nation ahead of that Arctic outbreak. But the damage done has dropped them down to third in the nation, believe it or not. According to the Texas Citrus Mutual, the trade group representing the interest of citrus growers. They spoke with AccuWeather back during February. Murden said he's also a grower. He'd mentioned that when temperatures dip below 28 and stay below that mark for 5 hours or longer, the fruit on the branches begin to freeze on the inside. That damages the crop. Most everyone saw temperatures dropped to at least 21 degrees. Yeah, that hit the region when the groves still had 2 crops on the trees, the fruit that was still being harvested, and the following season's crop that was just beginning to flower. He estimated about 60% of the fruit had remained to be harvested at the time, and had cut more significantly into the then flowering groves crop that farmers are now waiting to harvest as fruit. A lot of these groves were in full flower when that freeze hit. So that legitimately hurt 100% of your next year's crop, 70 to 80% on the average. They're estimated they'll have about 30% of the normal crop this harvest due to the freeze. The fruit that did survive will be harvested closer to late November rather than when the season typically starts around mid-September or early October. Financial loss from the freeze hovers about $300 million. And this isn't the extent of the damage either. He said that as they stood beside empty groves, normally acres that hold hundreds of trees, with a standard grove of 20 acres holding thousands of trees. But the decision had been made that it wasn't fiscally worth saving the damaged trees in this particular grove. It was decided that the economics of trying to rehab the grove versus just removing it, replacing it at a later date, didn't pan out. It wouldn't be the only one to be uprooted and regrown. You've seen the groves that didn't make it, and we've pushed out. There's been 2,000 acres of citrus pushed out because of that freeze. So, wow. Of course, when you replant trees, you may be talking 3-4 more years before those groves begin producing like they were before the freeze. So, yeah, the impacts behind the scenes, right? What's happening with the beaver squeezer?
Hey, Steve Sommers, how are you? Hard-working man?
Hard-working man. Happy Monday. How was your weekend?
It was wonderful. Alabama won. It was, how do you call that? It was struck a win against LSU. My God. I thought we could do better against LSU. I've watched my Alabama team play, and I've watched them play 9 weeks now, and I don't know what team's going to show up. I really don't. The reason I'm calling is I want to talk Knuckle Buster and Big Sexy and your Cincinnati team. Do you really think Cincinnati this Saturday, do you really think if it was the University of Alabama and Cincinnati on Cincinnati's home field, do you really think Cincinnati could beat Alabama?
Probably not.
I don't think so either. I mean, I don't know what's going on with my Alabama team, Roll Tide. But I've been trying to get into your show for the last week, and I've been listening to Knuckle Buster, and I've been listening to Big Sexy talk about college football. And I'm a retired truck driver, but I'm going to tell you right now, there's no way Cincinnati's ever going to beat Alabama. We played them in 2017 when they had gold helmets, and there's no damn way. The only thing the University of Cincinnati is going to get out of the University of Alabama is $1 million check to play us. You are called a cupcake team.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Tell that to the 9 teams that have lost to them this year.
Well, if they play Alabama, the University of Cincinnati is a cupcake team to the University of Alabama. Roll Tide. I'm going to let you go. They
might just get that opportunity. You never know there, so we'll find out. All right, go Cupcakes. 16 past the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. And we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high-end mid-back rests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Meanwhile, in the NFL side, there's all the controversy. Aaron Rodgers, positive for COVID, out for Sunday's game. Could the Packers go on to victory? Nope. Turns out, nope. Apparently, just a lot of special teams miscues, a missed field goal, a blocked field goal. A muffed punt recovered by Kansas City in their 10-yard line. So, Packers fall to Kansas City this past day. Meanwhile, on a more serious note, I didn't really even much touch on it last week, but there was another indictment handed down by the special counsel John Durham. Did you even catch that last week? The indictment of the dossier source, a guy by the name of Igor Danchenko, that revealed the first real evidence of Russian collusion. And it wasn't Donald Trump and the Russians. It was linked to Hillary Clinton's associates. Danchenko, a Russian-born, U.S.-based researcher, worked from 2005 to 10 at the Brookings Institute with a guy by the name of Strobe Talbot, a former official from Bill Clinton's State Department. He later became the main Russian source for former British spy Christopher Steele. Remember the guy that compiled the fraudulent Russia dossier about Donald Trump? He did that on behalf of the opposition research firm Fusion GPS, which was secretly being paid by the Hillary Clinton campaign and the Democratic National Committee. The dossier was fed to the FBI and the media. It was also used in the FISA surveillance warrants on innocent Trump aide Carter Page. Through Page's communications, the Clinton-friendly Obama administration had visibility into Trump's campaign. Now, that much was known before last Thursday, but this indictment revealed even more. A figure identified as PR Executive 1, later confirmed to be communications consultant Charles Dolan Jr., was working with Danchenko. Dolan was the kind of he had the kind of contacts with Russia that Trump's enemies searched for in vain when they prosecuted or persecuted the 45th president. Now, had special counsel Robert Mueller found anything like these contacts near Trump, the hoax would have been vindicated. The indictment notes Dolan spent much of his career interacting with Eurasian clients with a particular focus on Russia. He even handled global public relations for the Russian government and a state-owned energy company. But it gets worse from there. Dolan had relationships with senior Russian Federation leadership, including President Vladimir Putin's press secretary and his staff. He also was friendly with the Russian ambassador to the U.S. and his deputies. Dolan attended meetings at the Russian embassy in D.C. He arranged meetings in Moscow at which Danchenko met with Russian officials and sub-sources who gave him information that later ended up in Steele's sensational dossier. Durham's indictment tells the story of the infamous P-tape allegations, where Trump was alleged to have hired prostitutes to urinate on a bed, where President Barack Obama was to have slept during a visit to a Moscow hotel. In June of 2016, the indictment alleges Dolan and other associates identified as organizer number 1 stayed at the same hotel. They were given a guided tour by the management there. Durham told the court, according to Organizer 1, during the aforementioned tour of the presidential suite, a Moscow hotel staff member told the participants, including PR Executive 1, that Trump has stayed in the presidential suite. According to both Organizer 1 and PR Executive 1, the staff member did not mention any of these sexual or this salacious activity. The entire story of the prostitutes was a complete fabrication, and Danchenko is now being charged with lying to the FBI about whether Dolan was a source for Trump's stay and alleged activity in the Moscow hotel. October of 2016, Dolan and Danchenko attended a conference in Moscow with several Russian government officials. The conference included meetings in the Kremlin itself. Now, although the Clinton campaign supposedly did not know about Dolan's activities, according to Dolan, one important subsource believed to be that Dolan was an advisor to Hillary Clinton, whom he hoped would win. He expected to be taken to the State Department in the event that Hillary Clinton defeated Donald Trump. Now, whether Dolan was acting on the campaign's instructions or not, Danchenko was providing information to Steele, whose research was being funded by the campaign. Dolan was making sure Danchenko had information that Steele could use. His contacts with Russia went much further than a random meeting at Trump Tower. Dolan was in direct contact with officials close to Vladimir Putin himself, and at least some of the sources made clear that they wanted Hillary Clinton to win. One of them even asked for her autograph. Now, this would be considered Russian collusion at the highest order, reinforcing the possibility that the Steele dossier was itself Russian disinformation. The irony of all this is that Danchenko and Dolan were manufacturing evidence of Trump's supposed collusion with Russia, all while they were indeed colluding with Russia themselves. And it looks like Durham's indictment is just the tip of the Arctic iceberg. Trump haters greeted every Russia collusion leak by declaring the walls are closing in, or this is worse than Watergate. Well, it appears now the walls really are closing in, but it's closing in on the Clintons' world. And this really was worse than Watergate. Wow. And then, of course, the question, why do these investigations take so long? I mean, here we are. We had all pretty much complained about the Robert Mueller investigation being drug on and out and out. The Durham investigation, this was all supposed to have come to light well over a year ago. Hell, it was supposed to come to light before the 2020 election. But maybe we will eventually get the full truth out of this. I said maybe. Hey, what's going on with the blind man this morning? How you been?
Oh, I'm going through some struggles medically. The stricter keeps closing up. I had to go to the emergency room last Thursday to get a catheter put in, and I tell you, it took 2 hours each time for the nurses to get stuff to me. So I got there at 6:30, didn't get home until 5 o'clock the next morning.
Wow.
So it looks like I may have to have a stent, so stay tuned for that. I want to know what's going on in New Jersey. Is the truck driver still upset the president of the state senate? I hope he's won finally. And I guess the governor race is still up in the air up in New Jersey. While I was listening on hold, I got a kick out of Scarecrow. He was talking about giving his wife a chainsaw. And I remember hearing this commercial back in '62 on WABC. The woman's opening up her present, and she says, "Oh, what a lovely dress." And then she goes, "Size 30. Well, men, don't let this happen to you. Go to so-and-so Jewelers on Fifth Avenue and get her a pair of earrings or something that she'll be happy about. Don't ever try to guess the size of your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Go to so-and-so Jewelers." I got a kick out of that.
So as far as your New Jersey election, as far as the truck driver goes, yes, last Thursday, the Associated Press declared him the winner with 100% of the precincts. And somehow, magically, what's his name, the guy, the Democrat that he defeated, announced that, hey, they just found like 12,000 ballots. They found 12,000 votes somewhere there in South Jersey. So we got to let the numbers continue to come in. I don't know where they found 12,000 ballots, but that's the scenario there in New Jersey. Now, the Republican on the governor's race, he still has not conceded, but it looks like he's probably gonna not win the race. But I mean, just the fact that it's within like the 1 percentage point is astounding in New Jersey.
Yeah. because I used to live in New Jersey. My father was in the Coast Guard. We moved around a lot. And I had a friend up there. He left about 3 or 4 years ago. He said it just got too expensive for him. And he's down in Florida. I keep in touch with him every now and then. But he tells me horror stories about New Jersey. Maryland is fast becoming like New Jersey. Had a friend over at the house yesterday. She's passing through on her way back to Florida from visiting her sister in Pennsylvania. And we're toying with the idea. It's been on the back burner for quite a while. My fiance and I want to get out of here. Maybe northern Florida up near Jacksonville would be a great place. And I knew somebody whose brother lives there, and she tells me it is blind friendly. So that's a start right there. And then Chevy guy wants me to move to South Carolina. I do know somebody down there. Oh, by the way, the neighbors, when they ask about the truckers, I change some of the names just for kicks so they don't know who they really are. So, for example, I tell change Chevy guy to Oldsmobile. So he's protected from any of my neighbors who decide to try to hunt him down. So anyway, that's about all that's going on. I enjoy calling some of the phone numbers I have been given. I got Eskimo Mom's number now, and some others that I can call individually and hook up on a party line. So yeah, I hope you do get somehow get back on the radio again, like I used to hear you on WLW. Are they sorry they let you go, or are they still on their we're glad he's gone?
I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. I've really, the only person I've spoke to since exiting there is I called Seg a couple of times just to say hey, but that was all within a couple months after leaving. Once the new show was up and running and whatnot, just called to say hi, but there you go. I haven't spoke to anyone else. So with that, we're a little behind. Get our news break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
A blow to the Biden administration's COVID-19 vaccine mandate upon private employers. A federal appeals court has issued a temporary stay, asserting there may be constitutional issues with the requirement. White House advisor Cedric Richmond telling Fox News Sunday they're on solid legal ground.
OSHA's job is to protect workers. We've lost 750,000 Americans due to this pandemic, 13,000 a day, and people should be able to go to work in a safe environment. And so if that means doing something that is tough, that's what this president does.
A poll conducted by USA Today and Suffolk University puts President Biden's approval rating at 38%. It had been hovering in the low 40s in recent polls. Biden's approval rating has been on the decline for a number of weeks. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you're trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And, the government continues to push these vaccine mandates. Meanwhile, there's several different drugs. And we're not talking hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin. First of all, we had a drug that supposedly Merck had developed. Pfizer has been developing an antiviral pill. And according to the test results, the trial of the experimental antiviral pill, they actually stopped the test early because the results were just so overwhelming that the drug was shown to cut by 89% the chance of hospitalization or death for adults at risk of developing severe disease. They just announced this on Friday. I mean, if there's alternatives out there. Understanding we know why some people don't want to take the vaccines. It's an mRNA vaccine. They don't know the long-term implications, right? The results of the Pfizer antiviral pill is even it appears better than the Merck pill. What did they call that? Molnupiravir, which was last month. They unveiled that. Which supposedly cut in half the likelihood of dying or being hospitalized. Now, full trial data not yet available from either company. Pfizer said they plan to submit the interim trial results, though, for the pill, which is given in combination with an older antiviral called ritonavir. They're going to submit it to the Food and Drug Administration as part of the emergency use application that they opened back in October. The combination treatment, which will have the brand name Paxlovid, consists of 3 pills given twice daily. All right, the planned analysis, more than 1,200 patients in the Pfizer study, looked at hospitalizations or deaths among diagnosed people who had moderate or mild COVID, with at least one risk factor developing severe disease, like overweight or diabetes. Those factors they talk about. Obesity, older age is another. They found that 0.8% of those given the Pfizer drug within 3 days of symptom onset were hospitalized. None had died by 28 days after treatment. That compared to a hospitalization rate of 7% for placebo patients. There were 7 deaths in the placebo group. I look at this, I say these trial things, these are crazy. I mean, you've got a drug you're trying, so you give some of these people actually take the placebo. They're not really getting anything, and some of them go on to die. Rates were similar for patients treated within 5 days of symptoms. 1% of the treatment group was hospitalized, compared with 6.7% of the placebo group, and another 10 deaths in the placebo group. Antivirals need to be given as early as possible before an infection takes hold. Merck tested their drug within 5 days of onset. All right, so they did not reveal any detailed side effects of the treatment, but they said adverse events happened in about 20% of both treatment and placebo patients. How do you have an adverse event to a placebo? Again, I don't understand. These data suggest that our oral antiviral candidate, if approved by regulatory authorities, has the potential to save patients' lives, reduce the severity of infection, and eliminate up to 9 out of 10 hospitalizations. But they still say the best way to handle this is the vaccines. But only 58% of Americans are fully vaccinated. Some of the latest developments anyway, but again, if they've got varying options out there, and how do you participate in a trial where you get the placebo and ultimately go on to die? All right, with that, what are we looking at? It is 844-844-3388. What we got on the line here? Is that Jay in Washington? Hello, Jay. How was your weekend?
Hey, Steve. It's good. This is Jay from not for very long Washington, so thanks for taking my call. I worked the weekend, so just a lot of rain out here in Washington. I could have taken a jet ski. I could have taken a jet ski home this morning when I left work. That's how bad it was. That's how bad it's been out here. But not for long, Washington. I am leaving the state here. I'm retiring in February, and I'm gone. We've already bought a house somewhere else, another state. So that's that. Steve, I want to talk about, I know you must be getting sick of it, talking about COVID. Vaccines,
right.
Mandates, and all this.
You think? Yeah.
Let me ask you, Steve, with respect, you're not one of these people that is so delusional that you've been hypnotized by this whole, a mandate is the same thing as a law. I would like to think that you're not hypnotized by that type of propaganda. Are you? With respect.
No, a mandate is
not
a law. That's correct. It is not.
It's not the same thing as a law. Okay. And so when Biden's trying to get, because out here in Washington, our scumbag governor has been using OSHA to force people to wear masks, employees at work. which, well, let me back up. For people to wear masks inside of, like when you go to a store or you go to a restaurant, he's using OSHA to enforce that. That is clearly misapplying the statute, because if you walk into a store, Steve, you're not an employee. You're not subject to any OSHA requirements if you're just going in to buy something at the Dairy Queen or to get a loaf of bread at the store. And the same thing can be said for truck drivers going to a shipper or something like that. So in order, I guess what I'm trying to say is that not only is a mandate not a law, but Biden and these governors that are pushing these things and using OSHA, they're misapplying statutes. I don't know where the smart lawyers are, number one. And number two, or maybe number one, Steve, where are all of the civil libertarians out there? Where are these people? When it's perfectly okay to murder your baby and call it my body, my choice, but when you don't want to get, and I want to make something perfectly clear here too, is that I'm not anti-vax. That's rubbish. That's propaganda. And I'm not vaccine hesitant. I'm just not getting one. Why do I have to be thrown into a group that just because I'm not getting it? Okay, that doesn't make me anti-vax, and it doesn't make me vaccine hesitant. I'm perfectly, I would like to think by now, perfectly aware of. And let's just back up a little bit more, Steve. This is a vaccine that's not a vaccine that does not prevent you from getting it again and spreading it. So how is this going to keep people safe, according to Biden's health secretary? The little clip you played, he's there. It's OSHA's responsibility to keep people safe. How is it keeping people safe, Steve? I don't get it. Is there something that is there some cognitive dissonance out there that people are missing? That this vaccine does not prevent you from getting COVID over and over again, maybe. And it certainly doesn't prevent you from, say, after you get it, from spreading it. Am I off base there?
No,
Am I missing something?
That's all. That's 100% correct. I think that they base it solely on the fact that it's about an 80% reduction in hospitalization or death if you take the vax.
Okay, let me. Okay, fine. Now let me say this, Steve. That's fantasy too. Any drug, people are different. Things affect people differently. I mean, you could drink a beer, one guy, and it might affect him a certain way. And it might affect somebody else a certain way. So how do they know? I mean, what kind of study? I don't know that you can have a study. It would have to involve millions of people to determine how it gives a reduction in symptoms. I mean, how do they even come up with that? Do you see where I'm getting? It's people react differently to things,
right?
So, I mean, that's something else. Now, you were talking about the NFL. You brought the NFL up for some reason, and it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with mandates. It has to do with illegal immigration. I don't know if you saw this, but there were two NFL players. I think one of them plays for the Saints. I don't know who the other one plays for. They posted bond for an illegal immigrant who, multiple times, was caught, let go. I think this was in Texas. Finally, now this is just recent, Steve, maybe within the last week, this guy finally killed somebody. So I don't know why. And this is something else that people have this short memory. Wasn't it just last year that the NFL, the players, most of them, were calling all the white people racist? Wasn't it just a year ago? Where's all the Patriots? All of a sudden, and I don't mean the New England Patriots, why are all of a sudden people starting to watch these NFL games again and filling up these stadiums when these people are your enemy? Again, two NFL players posted bond. You could probably find it. I saw it on Tucker Carlson's show. I think it was last night or the night before. It would have been over the weekend, but so probably on Friday, Steve. I just wanted to throw that out there for you too. Now, I'm going to leave you with this, Steve. I want people to ask themselves the question: how much, when is enough going to be enough? You got the Durham probe you mentioned. These investigations, they take so long. Well, forget about the investigations taking so long. When's the last time a significant politician of any stripe went to prison. It's always some bagman that you never hear about. Oh, this guy, Johnny Salami, he went to prison because of this. When are people going to decide that enough is enough? They're playing shenanigans in New Jersey. They found 12,000 votes. I don't know if you saw in Virginia, Steve. It was kind of early on, Fairfax County, before the polls closed, we're reporting that, we're having some discrepancies here. We don't know if we're going to be able to, get the vote count out where there's some problems going on here. Yeah, there were some problems going on. Anytime a Democrat's losing, getting ready to lose or lost, there's always a problem. Always, until they find some votes. Oh, lickety-split, look at that, the Democrat wins. The rest of you can just eat dirt. Look, guys, wake up. And ask yourself the question, when's enough? Anyway, Steve, I'll leave you with that. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, good to have you with us, Jay. And somewhere down the line, he's getting out of Washington, rather. He's Washington State, not Washington, D.C. But you ask, where are the smart lawyers? There's dozens and dozens of lawsuits that have been filed about these mandates. Yeah, the one headline, which occurred on Saturday, you may or may not have caught, a federal appeals court Saturday temporarily halted the vaccine requirement for businesses with 100 or more workers. This would be the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals that granted an emergency stay of the requirement by the OSHA that they be vaccinated by January 4th or face mask requirements and weekly testing. Louisiana's Attorney General said this action stops President Biden from moving forward with his unlawful overreach. The president will not impose medical procedures on the American people without the checks and balances afforded by the Constitution. Now, the U.S. Labor Department's top legal advisor, Solicitor of Labor, Seema Nanda, she says the department is confident in their legal authority to issue this emergency temporary standard on vaccination and testing. So, now it's in the courts, though. OSHA has the authority, she says, to act quickly in an emergency where the agency finds workers are subjected to a grave danger and a new standard is necessary to protect them. All right, let's see. This Fifth Circuit. Circuit decisions typically apply to the states within a particular district. This would be Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas in this case. But Landry said the language employed by the judges gave the decision a national scope. This is a great victory for the American people. Never before has the federal government tried in such a forceful way to get between the choices of an American citizen and their doctor. To me, that's the heart of this entire issue. There are, as I mentioned, there's at least 27 states that have filed suits challenging the rule, and this encompasses several different circuits, some of which were made more conservative by the appointments of President Trump at the time. So where it's going to go, it's on today, off tomorrow. So obviously that means it's going to go from the Fifth Circuit to where does it go next? I'm thinking at some point in time, this is all probably going to have to ultimately end up in the hands of the United States Supreme Court, right? I would think it would have to. But back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733 888-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Monday, closing out the weekend. Thanks so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. All right, back to the phones here. Yes, Big Sexy.
Yeah, I got a few things here now. That guy called in. He's been drinking that Alabama Kool-Aid too long. I think Cincinnati could beat Alabama this year. Alabama's not what they've been in the past. They almost got it handed to them by the worst team in the division this past Saturday. I mean, last week, LSU couldn't even get enough players together to practice. So, and they almost beat Alabama. So, I mean, he needs to lay them skullbusters down or something. He's way out there. I mean, my gosh. And as for Knucklebuster, he's the one that started all this. All I said was they play on Saturday, and he's the one that raked me over the coals. And then he runs and hollers, lawyers, lawyers, lawyers. Boy, if you're scared, just say so. Admit it. I mean, they ain't no sense in running and hollering lawyers, lawyers. I can holler lawyers too. He's the one carrying on about CDL and all that when he knows dang good and well I can't get a medical card anymore because of my health problems. So he's attacking the disabled. There's laws against that too. So if he wants to contact lawyers, like Lucky guys were saying a while ago, we can let lawyers take care of this too if he wants to do that. Go that way about it. He said the other night he don't know how he gets his dumb ass into all this. He opens his mouth. That's how. Keep your mouth shut. You stay out of it. So that's my little advice to him. Let's see, what else was there? There was something else I was going to tell. Oh, when you told me a while ago, don't it go straight from the circuit courts to the Supreme Court? Ain't that the next step?
I'm not sure. I mean, once it goes to, I don't know if it goes from one circuit to, can they move it to another circuit court or?
I don't think it'd go to another circuit. I don't know if there's like a regional in between the circuits and the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
It may go straight from the individual circuits to the Supreme Court, but eventually the Supreme Court's going to have to get involved and decide on it because, that's the only one that can, as far as I know, that's the only one that can overrule the circuit. Now, the circuits didn't rule on it. They put a temporary injunction against it and are waiting for final arguments on it before they make a ruling. And I you said there's several different states suing in several different circuits. So, and there's some states suing on their own. So, like you said, about 27 of them suing. Of course, the blue states ain't going to sue. They're going to fall right in line.
Yeah, that's they're on board with. So what you're going to have ultimately is we're going to have the Fifth Circuit trying to say that it's not constitutional, and the Ninth Circuit, which forever and ever was the most liberal, but I think Trump appointed enough judges there to actually make it lean more conservative now. But you're going to see some circuits saying it's legal and some saying it's not. I mean, they're all going to be differing opinions.
Well, the ninth wouldn't even have a ruling in it unless somebody filed a suit, and they went before them. So California and all that, they're not going to file no. They're going to fall in line. So there won't be no suit filed there, so they won't have a say unless somebody files a suit so they can rule on it. So it'd just be the ones that have filed suit that get a ruling on it. Most of them are filed in the ones that are more conservative, So
I'm not
you'll end up going to the Supreme
Court.
Serves,
I know that the Ninth Circuit, I believe, covers the most, like the most real estate, the most number of states. Yeah, California is one of them, but there's a whole bunch of states represented by that, because Trump even wanted to kind of break up the authority of the Ninth Circuit because it covered too broad of an area, out west. But with that, we got to get news break in here. Final hour just ahead. You want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
Authorities are reviewing videos and speaking with witnesses to the deadly stampede that killed 8 people at the Astroworld Music Festival in Houston. The tragedy unfolded when the crowd of tens of thousands of people rushed the stage, squeezing people so tightly they could not breathe. On stage at the time, rapper Travis Scott. He expressed his condolences on social media.
Everybody continue to just keep your prayers. I mean, I'm honestly just devastated, and I could never imagine anything like this just happening.
A memorial is growing outside NRG Park in Houston for the 8 people who died and the more than 300 who were injured. The Prime Minister of Iraq was targeted by an assassination attempt. The Prime Minister saying the residents, quote, came under a cowardly attack. 2 of the drones involved in the attack were shot down by Iraqi security forces. USA Radio News.
Just in time for Christmas, Mike Lindell has dropped the price of the standard classic MyPillow, regularly $69.98 to $19.98. Now, queen and king size slightly higher, but that price includes a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow with you anywhere. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs and give MyPillow for Christmas.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA President, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
People in most parts around the U.S. adjusting to daylight saving time.
The Department of Transportation, which is in charge of daylight saving time, says the practice still saves energy, prevents traffic accidents, and helps reduce crime. Sleep experts are warning, though, that the consequences of losing sleep from daylight saving far outweigh any possible value. Others say they never really notice the change in the clock when it comes to their sleep. From the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
A crew of U.S., French, and Japanese astronauts will have to delay their return home from a 6-month trip to the International Space Station due to high winds off the Florida coast. SpaceX delaying their departure until at least Monday afternoon. They're expected to splash down in the Gulf of Mexico. The good news is that the trip will last 8 hours, less than half as long as before. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 24. Online bingo is now America's favorite pastime activity. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com to play Bingo Treasure for free. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. It's all free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
Gas prices have increased 5 cents in the past 2 weeks to $3.49 per gallon. Across the country, drivers in the San Francisco Bay Area paying the most at $4.77. The lowest is in Houston at $2.98. Industry analyst Trilby Lundberg of the Lundberg Survey says the price increases are due to the cost of crude oil and surges in ethanol. USA Radio's Chris Barnes has some incentives for flight attendants this holiday season.
American Airlines is giving flight attendants who work during the holidays a one-time pay raise to get them to work the holidays. The increased holiday pay coming after some big problems during the Halloween weekend, blamed in part on huge operational challenges. Flight attendants who work Thanksgiving weekend and Christmas through New Year's will get a 150% premium, according to CNN. Those with no absence between November 15th and January 2nd will receive an even higher premium of 300% for the hours they work during that peak holiday period.
Bomb threats evacuating 3 Ivy League universities, Brown, Cornell, and Columbia University, evacuating part of their campuses on Sunday. Yale University received a bomb threat earlier in the week. It's not known if the threats are related. Georgia still the top team in college football for the 5th straight week, followed by Cincinnati and Alabama. Oklahoma stays at number 4, and Oregon slips past Ohio State to move to number 5. For USA Radio News, I'm Jeremy Scott.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Let me see here. Thank you very much, Vic. Vic chiming in this morning. Let me see. As far as federal courts, he said, Steve, you're probably refreshing your memory, but cases go to an appellate court after district court. So, yeah, climbing the chain, right? And the other story that Jay brought up there, I saw the headline last week. Yeah, the illegal immigrant that had committed a murder. It's pretty outrageous. Representative John Katko of New York, 24th District, ranking member on the House Committee on Homeland Security, as well as U.S. Representative Elise Stefanik, also of New York, Republican Conference Chair, and U.S. Representative John Rutherford, expressing grave concerns that an illegal has been charged with murder in Jacksonville, Florida, after posing as an unaccompanied minor to illegally enter the U.S. at the southern border there in Texas, where border security policies obviously are not being enforced, demanding answers as to how a criminal could illegally enter the U.S., deceive the Department of Homeland Security and Health and Human Services about his age, and board a U.S. government-chartered resettlement flight to Florida. Letter states, on October 7 of 2021, Yeri Noel Medino Ulloa, A 24-year-old Honduran has been charged with the murder of Francisco Javier Culler, a 46-year-old father of four. Reports indicate he entered the country illegally in Texas, convincing authorities he was a minor. It remains unclear how he ultimately arrived in Florida after his release. However, his family expressed their belief he was transported via U.S. government chartered flight, resettling unaccompanied minors. They went on to say the fact that a 24-year-old man could deceive both Health and Human Services and Department of Homeland Security officials into believing he was a minor and detained with underage children is unconscionable. This is an obvious consequence of border security and immigration enforcement officials being overworked, understaffed, undersupplied, putting the safety of Americans, citizens, and unaccompanied migrant children in jeopardy. They requested further information on why the screening process at the border failed to prioritize the safety of the American people and how this guy was permitted into the country and then transported to Florida as an unaccompanied minor. Just the latest example of chaos ensuing from the border crisis. The wide open door for criminals, smugglers, and cartels to exploit the system and gain a free pass into the United States. You know, and there's that next caravan that's making their way to the border. I'm not sure how much progress they've made, but supposedly the numbers are growing as the caravan continues their trek northward. With the assistance of President Biden, ineffectively vetting migrants are being dropped into our communities around the country and in some cases causing immense harm. A man lost his life and the family lost a father because of Biden's extremely dangerous open border policies and the crisis this administration continues to perpetuate, says Representative John Katko once again. But yeah, a 24-year-old posing as someone under the age of 18. You know, and they go through the thorough vetting and screening process, right? Before they release these people into the heart of the country. So they tell us. Rest of the story, Knuckle Buster.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I didn't start this. I made the comment any given Sunday, and somebody called in behind me and said, oh, well, you're a dumbass because NCAA football is played on Saturday. Well, that's wrong. I've already proved it's played on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then during the bowl games, they can play any day of the week. So I didn't start anything. I'm not afraid of any man. But I will protect myself. You never know who's crazy enough to come over and just start shooting at you, Steve. Nowadays, you don't know that. And I've done told you tonight already once that what you say on this radio is recorded and it's put and it's kept. That podcast ain't going away. My lawyer's already got copies of it. So if anything happens to me, you know who they coming to look for. That my lawyer already knows who you are. You just kept giving him all the information in the world you want to give him. I don't care. I don't have any idea about your health problem. I don't have any idea why you can't get a CDL. And I care less. I don't know anybody other than Steve Sommers that I call this show to. And as far as threatening monkey gouger or anybody else that calls into this show, I haven't threatened anybody. What I said to monkey gouger was it sounds like he hadn't seen a naked woman in a while. Well, we know he's seen a naked woman because he's got children and grandchildren. So that's that problem there. As far as Alabama and Cincinnati, well, I believe Cincinnati could beat Alabama this year. Really do. I'd like to see that ball game happen. This is not the same team back in 2006, 2008. And what about 2013 down there in Alabama? Hey, Nick, you got a second? Guess what? Texas A&M showed them how to do it. You need to watch them films on Texas A&M, there, right? Let's see. I read where a Texas Democrat said that Jesus was woke. And I saw a bumper sticker one time up there in Chicago that said Jesus was a liberal. Now that, I don't understand all that. This world we live in is crazy nowadays, see? So I don't know. But I'm going to do whatever it takes to protect myself. And since he just lives right next door and we talk to each other all the time, all I done was said one thing. He went and done the podcast thing, and they're all on record, Steve. Just as far as I'm concerned, this argument is over with.
Yeah.
And if I have to,
aren't you guys making a mountain out of a molehill? Aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? I'm thinking, it's no big deal. And so since Alabama was ranked number 2 in the first BCS standings, will they drop after they kind of struggled over the weekend? Well, do you think or are they going to keep them up there?
No, I don't think Alabama's going to drop. Since I read an article on ESPN, Cincinnati just barely edged them out for the number 2 spot, see? So I don't know about that. That's what's on the phone. You can't trust anything that's on the internet anyway.
I'm talking about like the BCS rankings, though. The BCS rankings, they put Alabama at with Georgia, then Alabama number 2 last week. Of course, Michigan State, they're going to be way out of it now because they lost.
Oh, yeah.
Oregon may bump up.
They're predicting that the final game is going to be between Alabama and Oregon. So I don't know where they're getting their statistics from, and I don't know. All I can see is what they put on that phone app, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think Cincinnati stands a chance of doing it. Anybody can lose a ball game any day of the week. I don't care how bad you are. So, and like I said, as far as I'm concerned, this argument is over with, done, gone. I don't care. I could care less. I don't know any of these guys that call in and don't want to know them. So have a great day, Mr. Steve Sommers. And if I have to, if this argument keeps persisting, I don't know. I guess I just quit calling in. And I really don't want to do that because I like Steve Sommers. I love Steve Sommers. He's a great man. So have a great day.
All right, there you go. Mountain out of a molehill. That's what I said. It was kind of weird. Sometime last week, I think I was talking about the dairy cows, the number of dairy cows reduced by, was it like 8,500 or something on a national scale? I believe that was the number. I said, that doesn't really sound that big. And, Pup said he hadn't. I think Pup was the one that called. He's the farming guy. He knows the farming stuff. Then I come across the story over the weekend. It says, food prices are up. We all know that. But no, milk prices are not skyrocketing. They've basically stayed the same pretty much all year because, according to this report, the overall supply or oversupply, we've got more milk, and it's got worse over the past few decades as smaller farms shut down and the larger farms buy up the livestock and increasingly dominate the milk industry. It's been a problem that policymakers have been struggling to confront for years. Not clear if D.C. would address the issue because other food prices have been rising a whole lot more with all these supply chain breakdowns. There was a report last week that kind of triggered a brief social media spectacle after it featured a family. I think this was a CNN report, a family that said retail milk prices skyrocketed 79 cents a gallon over the past few weeks in the Dallas area. So they interviewed the family. This family supposedly consumes like 12 gallons of milk per week. But according to the agriculture department, the average price of milk nationally has pretty much stayed steady through the year. Maybe a regional thing. It almost sounds like the milk supply is having the same issues as the gasoline supply. There's plenty of gas. It's just getting it from point A to point B. Apparently, that's what's going on with milk. The availability of milk is not a concern. The concern is moving that milk to where you need it, according to the Dairy Foods Association International. Some cities have experienced isolated price swings, not as large as the family on the CNN interview noted, 79 cents a gallon, but since the beginning of this year, a gallon of milk, whole milk, has increased 43 cents in Dallas. It's up about 32 cents in Kansas City, Missouri, 22 cents in the Miami area, but the average retail price since the start of the year, it's only up like 3 cents nationally. There's a national average to about $3.69 a gallon. So that means milk prices are up less than 1%, while many of the other commodities, meat prices are up like 20%. But yeah, we'll get to Vic, I bet that is, got you coming up next here. And lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I can't say for certain, but it may actually be fully reopened by now. Let's see, Doughboy early in the program pointed out to me, said, hey, just wanted to let you know, they're telling us that the northbound Brent Spence Bridge will finally be back to normal, fully wide open before this morning's rush hour. He said, I went through there. They were just kind of finishing up painting the 71 North signs in the lanes of the roadway there. I think southbound opened up, late last week. All right, so finally, after what was what seemed like an eternal project where they were, I don't know, refurbishing, I know it was a painting project, painting the Brent Spence Bridge, but should be back to normal today. So hopefully not the big significant backups we've seen for such a long time. All right, it's 25 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Let me see. Would that be Vic?
No, this is Eagle.
Oh, okay. It said Rick, and I thought it might be Vic, but, well, go ahead, Eagle. What's going on this morning?
Yeah. I don't know how I messed up my name. Normally I don't have no problem, but I had to call in a little bit later tonight. What'd you say?
I said, yeah. I mean, it's never called Jerick before. That's funny.
Yeah. I don't know how I came up with that. But yeah, first of all, I want to start out by saying, Steve, it just goes to show that people can make a change with their life, and one little mistake shouldn't ruin somebody's career. And that's even though I'm not following NASCAR like I used to because I don't like the rules that they have. I would like to congratulate Kyle Larson for winning the NASCAR championship. This man was suspended for some language that he had used about a year or so ago, and was taken out of his car and placed on probation. And he got back in with a good organization. Hendrick Motorsports gave him another chance, and he went on to win the NASCAR championship.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy to see him. I'm happy to see that happen. Everybody deserves a second chance, no matter what the so-called woke media has to say. Like Aaron Rodgers calls them. Like I say, Steve, Aaron Rodgers. He didn't. I'm just going one quick football note, and then I'll get on to what I want to say. Aaron Rodgers did nothing wrong. Aaron Rodgers doesn't have to take the vaccine. It's his body, just like he said in his interview on Friday, and he shouldn't be forced to take one. And besides the point, there's like a caller said, a couple of other callers about 4 or 5 calls ago, the vaccine is not 100% that you're not going to test positive. One of his teammates tested positive a week before Aaron Rodgers, and the guy had been vaccinated. So all these losers that say that Aaron Rodgers did something wrong, Aaron Rodgers didn't do anything wrong. Aaron Rodgers has the right to, if he doesn't want to get vaccinated, he says he has health problems, he doesn't like the ingredients that's in this vaccine, he has every right not to take that vaccine. Anybody that doesn't like it, it's none of your business. It's Aaron Rodgers' body, and if you don't like it, too bad. Now, let's move on to this situation, Steve. I understand last week, that Joe Biden and some of the administration claim that they're going to start, and this leads me back to another NFL story, that they're going to start allowing people, 18 to 21 to start operating commercial vehicles. That'll be one of the biggest mistakes that they ever made in their life if they allow a teenager to operate a 80,000-pound vehicle. We already have enough dangerous truck drivers out here as it is. We don't need any more. I'd rather have an empty truck, and I've been driving trucks for over 25 years, Steve. I would rather have a truck. If I own the trucking company, I'd rather have my truck sitting in the parking lot, not generating any revenue, than to have an 18 or 19 or 20 or 21-year-old guy driving that truck, because that guy's going to eventually cost you a lot of money. And by that, I mean by a lawsuit, because I promise you that guy will have an accident and there will be some casualties involved. It's simple as that. And even if you do put a guy in a commercial vehicle, he needs to be operating in a truck with a governor on it set at 65 miles an hour, no faster than that. No, he doesn't. He shouldn't be allowed to run 75, 80, 90 miles an hour. Being that age in a commercial vehicle. If you're going to allow a man to drive a truck that age, he needs to be governed down at 65. Simple as that. Now, that leads me back to another NFL story. Over the weekend, after we had talked last, Steve, an NFL player with the Las Vegas Raiders was in Las Vegas going down a major road in Las Vegas doing 150 miles an hour.
Yep.
That's almost as fast as NASCAR cars go. Running down the street doing 100, and guess how old this guy was? 22 years old. So all you like I said, all you people who think that a young 21, 22-year-old guy can operate a vehicle, they can't even operate a car. How the hell you think they're gonna operate a tractor trailer? This guy here was traveling 150 miles an hour when he ran into the back of an innocent woman, 22 years old, sitting at a red light, and the woman was hit so hard she was knocked unconscious, couldn't even take her seatbelt off. The woman was burned alive right there in the middle of the road. Now, this man has not only ruined his life, but somebody else's life. And like I said, this guy's only 22 years old. His NFL career is over, and this woman's life is over. So all these people who say you wanna get the young people in the trucks, just remember that. Now, let's move on to the Joe Biden situation, Steve. I heard again over the weekend that this loser is still talking about giving these so-called immigrants that have been separated from their families over $400,000. And, I hear a lot of American people say, well, I don't care. I ain't worried about it. Well, you better be worried about it, because guess where that money's coming from to pay these people? It's coming from your money, your tax money. And believe me, I don't like giving my tax money to somebody that doesn't belong here. And those people don't deserve no $400,000. You know, like I heard one guy say, Steve, if they wouldn't have came to the country illegally, guess what? They wouldn't have been separated away from their families. It's not that hard to figure out. And I can't understand why Joe Biden can't figure it out. And it just pisses me off when I hear about this guy wanting to give money to people that are in the country illegally. You realize, Steve, we got Vietnam veterans, Korean veterans, Korean War, Afghanistan. We got all kind of wars. People living under the bridges of America, just like you seen them Haitian refugees living under the bridge in Del Rio a couple of weeks ago. You got Americans that fought for this country that are living under the bridge as we speak right now. How come Joe Biden ain't talking about giving those people $400,000? Somebody that fought for this country. So anybody that says that Joe Biden is for America and that he cares about you and your family, and I'm telling everybody that listens, that ought to tell you right there that Joe is a slap in your face when Joe Biden wants to award somebody some money that's in this country illegally. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Yep. And it may not be $450,000. It may be $200,000. It may be $100,000. Who knows what it's going to be? All we know is last week, Joe at the press conference, he actually took a question somewhere. And when they said, are you really thinking about offering $450,000 to people that were separated at the border? He said, that's garbage. Garbage. Making it sound like there was no discussion of compensating them in any form or fashion. Oh, but then they had to clarify that. Yeah, we are in discussions. And who knows? It may actually end up being $450,000. We just don't know. All right, lines available here on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Jeremy Scott.
A blow to the Biden administration's COVID-19 vaccine mandate upon private employers. A federal appeals court has issued a temporary stay, asserting there may be constitutional issues with the requirement. White House advisor Cedric Richmond telling Fox News Sunday they're on solid legal ground.
OSHA's job is to protect workers. We've lost 750,000 Americans due to this pandemic, 13,000 a day, and people should be able to go to work in a safe environment. And so if that means doing something that is tough, that's what this president does.
A poll conducted by USA Today and Suffolk University puts President Biden's approval rating at 38%. It had been hovering in the low 40s in recent polls. Biden's approval rating has been on the decline for a number of weeks. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, fresh off the heels of the big show, or shows, I guess I should say, in Las Vegas. Had the Apex show, had the SEMA show. Everybody gets back to the office, back to the old grind here on a Monday, right? Yeah, fun time, party time's over. I think all said and done. Kyle made it sound as he did make a post over the weekend. I think he was waiting at the airport, something about it was a very successful show. Felt good about being there, showing there in Las Vegas last week. So with that now in the books, I guess he's got a few days. He'll be in the office, and then it's back out to the racetrack. Coming up this Friday and Saturday, the 12th and 13th. That's this Friday, Saturday. The days just fly by, don't they? Got the Grand Hustle Racing presenting the Come Up $250,000 Small Tire Invitational. Now, that's the one that was scheduled for several weeks ago there in Crossville, Tennessee. It got postponed due to the impending weather. And it looks like they made the right choice because, indeed, there was a lot of rain in the mix that weekend. This is, as he describes, the largest no-prep drag racing event in history about to take place. Organized by Grand Hustle and title sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, as 256 of the nation's baddest small-tire no-prep racers have accepted the invitation to race for $250,000. Now, he said there's never been a no-prep field this large. Yeah, for racing for a pot of money this large. So you can bet they're going to be turning up the cars, leave it all out on the track, and to ensure a truly unprepped surface, they'll be running the Crossville Dragway essentially backwards. They'll start at the end of the track, so you've got a true virgin racing surface there. That makes for some scary and oftentimes exciting drag racing. Hot Shot Secret, proud to sponsor this record-setting event, will be on site. They'll be there. He'll be there with the vendor booth in support of the Hot Shot Secret-sponsored racers, chasing that $250,000. This is going to be a pay-per-view broadcast, so let me see here. It won't set you back too bad. It's not like a annual subscription to Flow Racing or whatever. Per-view broadcasted live both days for $25 on thelimpy.com. Thelimpy.com. That's the website there. Get $25. Get you both days, so not too bad. But you don't want to miss this one-of-a-kind drag racing event. It will be one for the history books, he says. All right. Meanwhile, what's going on this morning, Larry? How was your weekend?
Good morning. My weekend was busy up in Cincinnati and hanging out a few places. Steve, have you ever been to a little place in Ross called Eli's?
I don't believe I have. Doesn't ring a bell, no.
Yeah, check it out. It's right there on 128. And the three brothers have three different establishments. And just a really neat place. When they built it, they had TVs everywhere, but it's really a family atmosphere, just fun stuff. But that's where I was at Saturday or Sunday too, and had a good time. But anyway, I wanted to touch base on what Eagle said about the lowering the age for commercial motor vehicle drivers. He may not be aware that 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds are already driving intrastate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it doesn't make sense to me, Steve, why a person can drive from the northern part of Florida, Jacksonville, all the way down to Key West, intrastate, but they can't drive across the state line to Georgia. Same thing in California. Somebody 18 years old could drive a commercial motor vehicle from the tip of California to the northern part of California. Now, if that was a crisis, if those younger drivers were already causing a muck, nobody would support this effort to allow drivers to drive interstate. So Eagle may not be aware that they're already doing it. And this new legislation puts tighter controls on people driving interstate that are under the age of 21. So he may not be aware of that's already in place. I'm not sure.
I know last week that I shared the story that there were a bunch of senators, or I don't know, some House members, some senators, both, that were imploring for the FMCSA to get that, I guess, the pilot program for the 18 to 21s up and running, you know, to address the supply chain crisis. I mean, what do you think, Larry? I mean, if they can already drive intrastate, would there be that much of an interest, you think, for more younger people to come in to the occupation of driving a truck for a living if they could go anywhere in the country, or no?
Look, I think there is, because look at your own situation in Cincinnati. It's called the tri-state, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
So an individual who's driving, I don't care if they're hauling dispatcher brains, they can go all over the state of Ohio, but they can't cross into northern Kentucky. The same thing happens here in the Louisville market. And the same thing is repeated all over the country, that driver is already driving, but they cannot cross the state line. Now, that would open up the opportunity for people to hire that younger person if they have that scenario to where, like, I'm in the same situation. You know, I've got young people that, and here's what I kind of focus on: young people that was raised on a farm. I mean, they're hard workers. They can drive, they can back tractors up with trailers on it, and they can do all that stuff, but they cannot drive across the state line. So I think with the added checks and balances, there is an opportunity to open that up. Now, to Eagles' point, there's been young people that has had some horrific accidents. I agree with him. Sometimes their logic, their wisdom just hasn't developed that much. But at the same token, we hear every week of a semi driver who is 50-some years old involved in an accident for one reason or another. And I don't want to stereotype anybody, but on any given day, any age group can be involved in a horrific accident that kills somebody. It's dangerous driving a motor vehicle on the public roadway. Now, I spent my Sunday with a 16-year-old that is going to St. Xavier. His mom called me because he got a speeding ticket for going 100 miles an hour. Now, I don't know that there's any one of us who has a CDL that didn't probably drive 100 miles an hour at one time when they were younger, or maybe even now. I don't know that anybody can hold their hand up and say they did not do that. So do you throw the baby out with the bathwater? When they go to court, Steve, it's punishment. It's not education. So what I did, and what this mother who known me for years since she was a kid, she said, "Can you talk to my son?" I spent 3 hours with him, and I went to the site where the girls were killed from Northwest High School, went to Northwest High School, and I shared with him the trauma that school went through because a good kid was driving the car recklessly and killed 2 girls. Good kid. He wasn't some crazy maniac. He was a good kid, but he made a bad decision. Now, any one of us could have in that situation. So the 3 hours we spent, I gave him my calculations for time distance, stopping distance, and it doesn't matter who you are. It matters whether or not you're distracted. And I don't know if I've ever sent that to you, Steve. I will today. But it's a formula that educates you on the minimum stopping distance in a motor vehicle, and it changes in a semi with air brakes. But I've shared this calculation with a lot of people. What I did with this young man, I said, okay, I want you to promise to me that once you learn this and know it real well, and he caught on real quick, I want you to teach your family. He has 4 other siblings and his mother and father, and they've all agreed that when he's ready, he is going to teach them this calculation. Now, that's the pyramid of learning when you become the teacher.
Very interesting. Well, I'll look forward to that little formula thing there, because I know isn't it like, is it like 3 football fields for a fully loaded tractor trailer doing a certain speed, some incredible distance.
You're right, and that's little over 900 feet. But at the end of the day, if I would say to the average listener on this program, at 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, give me a number, do you know how many feet per second you're traveling? Steve, do you know that answer?
No, not off the top of my head, but it's pretty fast.
It's a real easy calculation. In accident and reconstruction, the figure is 1.466. So it's 50 or 60 miles an hour times 1.466. Well, if you round that up to 1.5, it makes the calculation so easy. So 1 times 50 is 50. 0.5 is half of 50, 25. So add 25 to 50, you're going 75 feet per second. So mathematically, 60 miles an hour, 1 times 60 is 60, half of 60 is 30. So at 60 miles an hour, you're going 90 feet per second. So now you have to figure the reaction time. And that's where it gets a little fuzzy, whether or not somebody's fully attentive or not. But normal reaction time to an alert individual is 3/4 of a second. Oh my God, there's a child in the road. It takes another 3/4 of a second for your brain to say, I should hit my brake or I should counter steer. So 3/4 of a second and 3/4 of a second is, again, 1.5. But now if you're in a commercial motor vehicle with air brakes, there's a half a second brake lag before anything happens. So now you multiply that distance times 2 seconds. So if I'm going 90 feet per second and I see an obstruction in the roadway, it's going to take 180 feet before I've hit the brake and the brake starts slowing down my vehicle. Then I have to stop. So these are calculations that I've been teaching ever since the 2 kids were killed in 2008. And Captain Torrey Smith from the Hamilton County Sheriff's Department, he and I have worked together on this. We went to probably 2 dozen high schools trying to teach this, because the number one killer of teens in the United States is motor vehicle crashes. Alcohol, drugs are contributing factors, but the number one cause of death is motor vehicle crashes. And we don't seem to do much about it. You don't hear much about it. It happens. Oh my God, that's terrible. Hey, hon, bring me another beer. I'm preaching.
Well, that's very interesting numbers. 180 feet before your truck's even going to begin to slow down. You're covering a lot of real estate.
Absolutely. I mean, so I'll send you the calculations, and it's a nice little formula. And Steve, I would challenge you to share this with your son, Steven, and any teenage drivers in your family. When you become the teacher, now you know it forwards and backwards.
All right. Will do. Well, thank you very much, Larry. I got to get my final time out. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, let me see here. Hello to our friend Truck and Phil. Always checks in this time of the morning. Morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Monday. Time to get it all started again, right? Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back to Fort Wayne. Moving the General Motors parts. And yes, we're down to 3 days till Veterans Day. Only 17 days till Thanksgiving. 47 days until Christmas. All right, have a safe day there. Semper Fi, Truck and Phil. Hey there, Chevy guy. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I just want to make a comment over the fact that the Durham report's coming out, and when you think that Terry McAuliffe lost his election, and it's already been said that the Clinton machine
has
been stopped. Well, guess what? Maybe if it's showing that we have some honest people in our government still, and if they actually track this stuff down, it may finally break loose and into the Clinton Foundation, and where a lot of this money was being spent there, and the influence. And apparently, there's no love for the Clintons, and a lot of especially with the Obamas. So that's just an amazing event that's going on. It's I don't know if we'll ever see Bill be held accountable for his trips down to Rape Island with Weinstein. But hey, the more they find out, the more honest these politicians are going to have to shape up, because, man, there's always somebody looking, and eventually somebody's going to want the power that you're possessing. And finally, about the trucking deal, I got to do something. If we don't, we got 500,000 of illegals in here. Eventually, if this knucklehead's got a year, if he makes it, here, have at it. You better start learning to speak French. I guess that's Haitians is French, and then you got the Spanish. You're South American, so you better learn to speak French and Spanish. And I guess you say, oh, you can't have a CDL without being able to read and speak English. Well, we already proved that wrong, I believe, on the Steve Sommers overnight.
There's tons of them out there already. Absolutely.
And it's with this phone. This phone can interpret where you're at, tell you where to go. And remember the Indian guy that ran up in Indianapolis or Indiana, ran into a construction zone and killed people when he ran into the back and stopped traffic. So we already have evidence of the fact that you don't have to read or speak English. So we're going to have to do something and get these young people in here and get them interested into this industry. Because face it, us old guys, we love this. I mean, being out here by ourselves and away from the rest, you're going to have, I don't know how you're going to get them, because by the time they turn 23, a lot of them's already made babies, got child support, or are raising a child, and they're probably getting dug into their current career. So other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and wait for the next show. How about it?
All right, then that will be coming up at the midnight hour tonight. Thank you so much. Yeah, we close out a Monday here. Appreciate all the listeners, folks sponsoring and supporting the program. And we'll see you again as we roll into a Tuesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hope you'll join us live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this better give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,